traitor's gonna sit on your face too. Oh, I think I got the wrong alert set. No, I didn't. Put the mark at or above. Ooh, yeah. A lot of people love you, Nancy. Rest in peace. Why is that doing that? That looks like a good spot right there. Ooh, yeah. Okie dokie, back to the orb for today's opening. There we go. You're all set. 771.24. How'd that get on there? Just for being you, baby. Oh. Just for being you, baby. Oh. I've got a problem here. Let's see if I can have another $3,000 day. Support channel. A strong buy right here. Oh. triple bottom, quad bottom. Just have a good day.
The billionaires easily find ways to report no or very low taxable income. Hence, the minimum to be effective has to be expressed as a fraction of wealth. And so that's the proposal I make in the book, to create an annual
Liar.
minimum tax for the super rich equal to 2% of their wealth.
But this goes back to effectively deciding you're prepared and willing and want to tax unrealized gains. And the question I'm coming back to is sort of the philosophical decision to tax something that somebody technically doesn't have. And that, I think, is it just sort of a breaking point for some people. I've always
Liberals have
wondered why
turned
we
into
don't
commies.
do lots of other things in the tax scheme. Prevent people from taking loans. You talk about loopholes, taking loans against their assets so that they don't have to pay taxes. That's something I think seems like low-hanging fruit. We could talk about carried interest. That seems like low-hanging fruit. Stepped up basis at death seems like low-hanging fruit. You can even have a broader conversation about capital gains taxes at a certain level, whether that should actually look a lot more like income taxes for the super wealthy. But I think there's a lot of people who sort of start and stop the conversation around unrealized gains, even when they don't understand what unrealized gains are.
I mean, by all means, let's do all the things that you just mentioned. Closing loopholes, the step up in basis at death, and all of that. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient. It's not sufficient because it wouldn't address the core issue, which has been highlighted by recent research all over the world, which is that past a certain level of wealth, it's just very easy to structure your wealth such that this wealth will generate no or little taxable income. That's how you end up in situations where people like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk in years, they report no taxable income or barely any income, and so they don't pay any income tax. This was revealed a few years ago in the US by the media ProPublica. And so the solution is not that the solution I'm proposing is not to tax unrealized capital gains in the sense of taxing the increase in the value of your wealth from one year to the other. It's something much simpler. Let me just finish on that. Because when you say unrealized capital gains, then it gives the impression that we are taxing something that's notional, that's virtual, that doesn't exist. But what I'm proposing is to tax wealth, and wealth is very real. Wealth is the value of all your assets, net of your debts, right? And there's already a wealth tax in the US. There's even two wealth taxes.
Right.
You have property taxes for homeowners,
ask
and
you
you
one
have the
more question.
estate
I'm sure
tax.
Joe wants to get in, so let me just ask you this, though.
I don't.
And again, it is a somewhat of a philosophical question. You said that taxes right now are insufficient on the wealthy. One of the arguments about wealth taxes and just taxes more broadly is, even if you decided to confiscate 10 or 20% of the wealth of the 1%, it would have a dent of half a year of the United States budget. And so the question is, ultimately, I think, and is this an issue on fairness on one end, or is it really an issue of how do you actually fix the problems that we have in this country in terms of our overall budget? How do you find a way to raise enough revenue and cut enough expenses so that this $40 trillion debt that we're all looking at can get solved?
It's first and foremost an issue of equality before the law. The most conservative interpretation that you can make of that principle when it comes to taxation is that wealthier individuals shouldn't be allowed to pay less tax than less wealthy individuals. But that principle is violated today, and the most effective way to fix that issue is to create an unavoidable minimum tax based on wealth. Now, it turns out that because the wealth of billionaires has skyrocketed over the last decades, with a particularly striking acceleration over the last few years, it turns out that now the government revenue implications from taxing the wealth of billionaires have become large. Many people in those debates are kind of stuck in the 1980s, 1990s, when billionaire wealth was just much smaller relative to GDP, relative to total wealth than it is today. And so they think, okay, maybe some of those guys don't pay their fair share. They're so few in number that, why should we care? It's not going to change anything for the debt, for the government budget. That might have been true back then, but today that's not true anymore, because the 400 wealthiest Americans, now they own in wealth the equivalent of 25% of GDP. The 250 billionaires of California own in wealth the equivalent of 50% of California's GDP. Their total wealth for these 250 billionaires in California is as large as the total AGI, the total taxable income of all 30 million families in California. So now, you can get more money by taxing everybody with the income tax, or just 250 massively undertaxed billionaires. That's the situation
you
today.
Keep dodging the key issue is that it's not going to solve our problems. And all you just highlighted why there should be punitively a tax on success. I guess it even sounds like it's a zero-sum game, and the wealth that they've created is taking food and dollars out of people that don't have a lot of wealth. None of it. But the key point is, it's de minimis on trying to solve our problems. It just makes you feel better that you're socking it to these people, and you have all the numbers there, 10 times this, and the entire population of this, they have this money. They've created a lot of wealth and created a lot of shareholder wealth, created a lot of employees, created a lot of taxes, and there's no reason to look at them and just say, we got to get them. And that's exactly what you're doing. With the... I understand how things work in Europe, and especially in terms of income inequality, but I don't know. The key points, you just keep talking over the key points about how nasty these billionaires are because they have so much money.
I mean, there's one thing I agree with is when you say that it's not going to fix all the problems.
Okay.
That I totally agree with you.
Then what's the point?
I do. So it would fix
it's not
one basic. No. I mean, we're talking about rates. In my book, we need to tax billionaires of 2% per year. So it's not punitive or confiscatory. We're talking in California. We're talking in California with the California Billionaire Tax, Proposition 40, that's going to be on the ballot in November, of a one-time tax of 5%, when the wealth of billionaires just over the last couple of years has increased by like 200%. So we are very far from something that could be qualified as punitive or confiscatory. The problem that it solves is precisely that these billionaires, they don't pay a lot of tax today. They don't pay a lot of tax because for them, income, taxable income is just not the right indicator of the ability to pay taxes. So it's fixing that problem. And you might say, well, it's not a big problem. We don't care. But I do think it's a very big problem, because equality before the law is at the core of the rule of law, of what it means to live in a democracy. And also, if you don't fix that problem, if you allow some people to live tax-free in their own parallel society, what does this generate? It fuels the rise of wealth concentration, because of course it's easier to accumulate wealth when you don't have tax to pay. And look, wealth is a good thing. I'm all in favor of encouraging wealth accumulation by the middle class, by the working class. But for the super rich also, wealth is power, and extreme wealth is an extreme concentration of power. And even if you only care about markets, about market efficiency, I don't think you want to live in a society where a few individuals can have so much power and influence on our society and on markets where they can buy competitors, where they can influence policy making, where they can buy newspapers and radio stations and TV channels, where they can buy elections. That's not just the right way to run a society.
Gabriel, we got to leave it there. We appreciate it. It's a fascinating topic. It's not going anywhere, and I imagine you'll be talking about it, and we'll be talking about it for a very, very long time. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for having me.
All right, 7 a.m. on the East Coast, you're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Becky Quick and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Our top story, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent unveiling some new sanctions aimed at cutting off Iran's economic lifelines. The Treasury Chief says that countries have a set timeline to wind down business with Tehran or risk U.S. secondary sanctions, making clear that China is no exception. Joining us now is Steve Yates, former Deputy National Security Advisor, now Senior Research Fellow for National Security at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, it's good to see you again. One thing I noted we haven't talked about, and that is, are we going after the current leadership now, the ones that I think the administration at one point said they're easier to deal with than the last leaders, and we're going to deal with now? Did we actually levy a bounty on the head of some of the current leaders? That's different, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there were a few things that were different about what Secretary Bessent outlined, and I welcome the announcement. I think it's the exact right way to avoid getting stuck in the endless loop of negotiations that have, I think, defined the last few months and defined the pre-Trump era in a lot of ways. It also avoids the dreaded boots on the ground invasion occupation scenario. Treasury Secretary Bessent basically said the objective is no longer to pressure the regime to try to bring them back to the negotiating table, but essentially to defeat the regime. So the president and his team seem to have basically had it with getting lured into the back and forth of these talks. And so this is, I think, genuinely maximum pressure. The Iranian regime did have their public display of putting the president's son image on their media and social media, putting a $10 million bounty on him. Didn't seem like a very wise thing for them to do. And the United States has, in fact, seemingly escalated all the targeting. And the Treasury Secretary said absolutely no leakage on this. No one is above the sanctions, whether they're the Iranian regime or those who are enabling it to continue its economic and other terrorism.
Sounds like you welcome these moves. Did the administration exhaust all the other possibilities of what it was trying to accomplish? Because I guess people would say we could have done this 3 months ago, and there was actually a point where we were not only accepting Iran's ability to sell oil, but almost helping the country generate revenues. Now I guess this is like the final. We've given them every chance. And now, okay, so this is the way it's going to be now. I mean, does it make sense we didn't do it earlier?
Well, there are a couple of things that it's very easy for me to look back in retrospect and say I would have done this or that. But at this, I look at the early phase of major military operations jointly with Israel and maybe some others as well. That could have gone on for another month, and maybe we would have been in a completely different space. But the president and team had their reasons. They wanted to try the negotiation path to see if there was another landing place that might be cleaner. That resulted in months of back and forth. We saw the ugliness of how that conveys to international media and other observers. But over the course of that, key allies like the United Arab Emirates arrived at a decision that prior to Secretary Bessent's announcement, they said they're cutting off all financial linkages with the Iranian regime. And that matters because there was, over decades, a lot of economic leakage that would come out of Iran through the Emirates and other parts of the broader Middle East. And that sort of showed this is not America alone on this new, I think, economic weapon of defeat for the regime. So I think some things may have changed along the way. I would have liked to have had these tough measures really early, but maybe I'm more of a maximalist on this, and they're learning options that I didn't see weren't available earlier in this campaign.
Where does our partners around the world, or not even our partners, some of our adversaries, who will go along with what the United States wants to do? And do we know for sure about Russia or China that their relationship with Iran in their view, sacrosanct, or will they say, you know what, we want this ended as well? Why did China stop importing so much from Iran already?
Well, in some cases, I think that the blockade has been more effective than maybe has been appreciated along the way. I also think the Iranian regime has been in more distress than they have let on, and maybe others have been able to cover. So a lot of the oil out of Karg Island doesn't seem to have been getting out of Karg Island for some time. We have the Iranian currency at 2 million to the dollar at the moment, and inflation, I think, around 66%. That's pretty crushing reality. So things haven't been moving for a bit. So China's felt that pinch. Now, to me, this new economic operation all comes down to fortitude and standing firm. If we stand firm on these tools, these are the most powerful economic tools at our disposal. I would equate them to economic nuclear weapons. They should defeat a target regime. And if we hold the third countries to the same, that if you allow leakage of resources to this regime, then you'll face similar penalties in your institutions. That's sort of what we did to the Chinese when we wanted to bring North Korea to the negotiating table in the mid-2000s. Now, I think we gave that pressure up too quickly for just some talks. This is broader in scope, but if we are consistent with the Chinese, I think that they will have to find a way to honor this, because they cannot escape the need to access the dollar-denominated international financial system.
And you said that we didn't do it long enough. Do we have the wherewithal to do it long enough now, with midterms, oil, everything else?
I think that we do. This is, I think, a very, very logical, plausible strategy. It should answer what a lot of people were yawning for in terms of what is the strategy, where does this land, are we going into a quagmire, or are we picking up and leaving in defeat? I think this answers the question that we're going for victory. We're going for the defeat of the regime, and this is going to be crippling for them. We already have priced into our lives a bit of an increase. It isn't as bad as was warned in the dire forecasts of the beginning of these operations, but it's been more than nothing. And so the Xi Jinping summit coming to Washington a month from now is going to loom very, very large. Between now and then, the president will have an acid test of whether his friendship with Xi Jinping results in China actually taking action beyond the lip service he gave in May when he went to China.
Hey, Steve, just very quickly, when we talked to our correspondent in Beijing earlier today, she said 2 words when you push China around: rare earths. What's to stop them from coming back and threatening to cut off our access to their rare earth minerals again?
They could. That has to be out there as a considered leverage point that they will want to exercise. I don't think that leverage works as well now as it did before. It's not as if we have completely solved the matter, but we have opened up many more avenues to try to reduce that complete dependency. And China is even more dependent on access to our financial and goods markets. They do not live without copious amounts of exports to U.S. consumers. And so the president has further steps that he could take in that regard. He doesn't want to go down that escalatory road. Maybe his friendship with Xi will be able to help navigate that. I don't believe in friendships with communist leaders, but the president is doing the hard negotiations on this. But you're right that there is that vulnerability. I would just argue that longer term, China has way more dependency and vulnerability than we do. And if you just look at even just the energy markets, what we've done over the last decade plus has insulated us from a lot more risk than could have been the case in this current exercise.
Okay. All right, Steve, we'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you.
And President Trump just posting on Truth Social. Loves to tweak, doesn't he? The United States is giving serious consideration to changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America, in that we don't expect to be doing much business with Ontario any longer. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. We know that Doug Ford was back talking yesterday, sort of throwing down the gauntlet, and it's probably not a surprise that
I was just on Google Maps, and I put in Gulf of because I started to look for Gulf of America or Gulf
See if
of
it's
Mexico.
It's still Mexico.
Interestingly, no, they actually now have it as Gulf of America with Gulf of Mexico in parentheses. Well, actually, first it says Gulf of Mexico with parentheses Gulf of America.
Right.
But if you actually go on the map itself, the little red dot goes to Gulf of America. So anyway, this is all
Lake
quite,
America,
quite
yeah.
silly.
We do have.
I don't know what to say. I can't imagine this helps the negotiations.
I mean, you never know. It's a tweak. It's how it, right? I don't know if like we said in the past, don't take it literally.
And the problem is the reason that the Canadian politicians are pushing back is because this is what their population feels about.
Right.
They really don't think people. All right, coming up, news from United Airlines. We will hear from CEO Scott Kirby right after a break. Squawk Box will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We've got some news from United Airlines this morning. Phil LeBeau joins us right now with the CEO, Scott Kirby. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Becky. Scott, good to be here at your facility in Newark at the airport here. You're announcing 10 new routes that you're adding as you continue to expand internationally. This growth, especially transatlantic, what's driving it right now?
You know, this is an exciting day for United, for our employees, our customers. I've never known of an airline to announce 10 new international destinations in a single day. But
Unique ones as well.
Unique destinations. And really, at United, we've been doing a lot of this. We've added a lot of new cities and new destinations around the globe in the past several years. And this is just the next step in that evolution. Is we've built a brand loyal airline that customers choose to fly, that customers love and want to fly. It allows us to fly places that aren't even on the planning horizon for any other airline, because we have a great customer base and lets them try new places around the globe.
We'll talk more about that expansion and the new aircraft
Yeah.
behind us in just a little bit, but I have to ask you about jet fuel.
Yeah.
Right now it's at about $3.80 a gallon.
Yeah.
Not as high as it was in March, but certainly well above where it was at the start of this year. And you said for a while you expect higher for longer. What do you expect jet fuel prices to do the remainder of this year going into next year?
So I thought really since mid-March that the situation in the Gulf was unlikely to get resolved, and that fuel would be higher for longer, and that has in fact been the case. I've been pleasantly surprised at all the workarounds that more oil has gotten out of the Gulf and gotten to markets than I thought would have gotten to markets. So I think we're also in a gradual world where we're going to continue to get more oil from other sources and other ways out of the Gulf. And so, who knows for sure, but my base case would be that it will sort of gradually decline. It stays higher than it was, but that it will kind of gradually declines into 2027.
Do you look into 27 and say we get back to where we were at the beginning of 26?
I don't think that we get back to where we were at the beginning of 26. Personally, I hope I'm wrong. I hope it gets lower, but I think we stay much elevated. The good news is I think that we're going to be able to pass all of that on in 2027. I still feel pretty confident that United Airlines is going to have double-digit margins in 2027, which is sort of the North Star that we're shooting for financially.
When you look at Labor Day through Thanksgiving, historically that was always a slow period for the airlines. Not anymore.
No.
Are you seeing any slowdown, particularly among corporate customers?
We're not seeing a slowdown at all. I looked at the bookings this morning from yesterday. Really not even a blip in demand so far. And it's true, it's across the board. Business demand is strong, but leisure demand is strong. And all these new international destinations, like the ones that we are adding today, have become much longer seasons. Instead of just flying during the summer, these go all the way through October. And October's become one of our best months of the year. It used to not be. October is now one of the best months of the year for United Airlines.
We're in front of the new Airbus A321 XLR, which essentially is going to allow you to do these new routes. More, I wouldn't call them remote, but smaller destinations.
Cities.
How is that critical to that growth internationally? And do you continue doing this in the years to come?
Yeah, this airplane is a huge enabler for flying to destinations like Luxembourg or Toulouse, and we've wanted to do that. Waiting for the airplane to show up. It's going to be it's a great airplane for customers. It's one of the, it's as good as any airplane in the Western world for customers. Nose to tail, like I think one of the cool things on this airplane is there's a snack section in the back for economy customers, or you can just go up if you're out over the Atlantic and you wake up and you're hungry, you can go get a snack. Something that's always been in case, up front, but now is going to be in economy class as well.
Speaking up front, you guys have went several months out of base premium fares, but people can pay up if they want more, like flexibility, rebooking a ticket. Are most of your corporate customers doing that?
Yeah, most customers tend to buy, don't buy the basic economy ticket. Most customers, corporate and
but on the premium side, are they buying the base premium?
On the premium side as well, something like 80% of customers are buying up.
So you're seeing that demand continuing.
The demand really is strong across the board, and customers want a better product. I think really the thing that we've demonstrated in the last 5 or 6 years is that air travel is not a commodity. Customers want more than just a flight from A to B. They want great service, they want great technology, they want a great product, they want reliability, and all of that matters when customers are choosing what airline to fly.
Two quick questions here. With American and Delta both rebuffing your interest in potentially merging, are we in the status quo when it comes to airlines and mergers, let's say over the next year and a half?
Well, first I only talked about one of those airlines, so I'm not going to confirm any others. But I think we probably are in the status quo.
And last question, we always like to give you a trivia question. Your history as a man of operations, knowing airport codes around the world.
Oh, God.
Here's one for you, LJU. Do you know what the airport for LJU is the airport code?
I would have said Ljubljana, but...
It is Ljubljana. Okay. It's one of the new cities.
It is.
My favorite thing we like to do. I like to ask them airport
Patrick
codes.
usually does that to me.
Patrick Quayle here for United Airlines does it as well. Don't ask him CVG, Joe. He knows what CVG is. He knows all the U.S. codes.
EWR, Joe.
There you go. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
So you're talking Slovenia, right?
LJU is Ljubljana, Slovenia.
Yeah, in Slovenia. Yeah, I had to look that up quickly. And some of these, I was going to ask Scott, I mean, how do you decide? I guess you gauge the market and what you'll be able to do. You want to fill the planes, obviously. And I immediately, Scott, checked, some are from San Francisco, some from Dulles, but the ones from Newark, because I can get there in about 10 minutes from where I live. So if I ever decide to go right into Sardinia, I can go to, what's that, some Olbia?
You got 2 cities in Sardinia you can go to, so not just
Really?
one. You know, it is pretty amazing. For Newark, like 8 new destinations from Newark. And look, this really is a point of now that the FAA has effectively slot controlled Newark, and Newark works well. It's the most reliable of the 3 New York airports now. That's what enabled this kind of growth. I mean, this is the power of, if you get the airport working well, it enables 8 new international destinations out of Newark.
Have I flown on an A321 XLR? It's a single aisle, and it must have some lay-down seats and stuff like that, Scott?
It does have lie flat seats. It's a 757 replacement, really, and so it gets to all the, you know, it can't go as long as the wide body airplanes, but it gets to all the near Europe, North Africa, particularly from the East Coast. So we got more of these airplanes coming in the years to come. So you're going to see more small cities in Europe, more destinations popping up as we get more and more of these aircraft.
Oh, just got to get Andrew to pick out a good hotel for me, because you're the man. Anyway, thank you both. Thanks, Phil.
You need a hotel?
Going in Slovenia, in Ljubljana.
Do they have Starlink on the flight? That's the most important part.
I think they're going to put them in on all of them.
I know. It's going to be amazing.
It is amazing.
It's amazing.
You don't have to do anything.
Yeah. Coming up, shares of Dick's Sporting Goods is sliding on quarterly results. We're going to have that and more when Squawk Box returns. Shares of Dick's Sporting Goods tumbling, earnings and revenue falling short. The company's cutting its full-year outlook due to what it's calling a challenging athletic footwear and apparel marketplace. Looking at that stock now down, wow, about 14%, $154 right now.
Wow. All right, when we come back, from the AI trade to the moves in the treasuries, we're going to have the markets on next. You can see right now, Dow futures up by about 210 points, S&P futures up by 23, the NASDAQ indicated up by 260. And later, the Pentagon's multi-billion-dollar investment in drones. We will get into the future of warfare with Department of Defense Chief Technology Officer Emil Michael. That's coming up at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back.
All right, checking the futures. Going to bounce a little. Had a rough week last week. Savita was like, it's happening for me. It's happening for me. Joining us now is more on the market. Savita Subramanian, head of U.S. equity and quantitative strategy at BofA Securities. When we do, okay, we got to 7,800. At 7,800 on S&P, you're like, what are we going to do? Do I need to do anything with my? Are you still at 7,100?
We are at 7,100.
Okay, so you're wondering, okay, 10% is not the end of the world. But then it gets all of a sudden down to 7,600 and it looks lower. You still think this is going to be borne out before the end of the year, that the market?
A bigger dip? Yeah. I mean, well, there's a couple of reasons we could see it. And look, I'm a little more optimistic than I was, a few months ago, because what we've seen is multiple compression in a lot of these frothier areas of the market.
Because earnings have gone up?
Earnings have gone up, prices have come down, and in a way, I feel like it's a healthier reset, especially for tech, for semis, software, hardware, like that whole complex. We've seen earnings come in at a very healthy clip. Cash flow is actually pretty healthy, and multiples have come down.
Kind of a rolling correction in some of the
it's a correction.
With the prices.
And the PE has come down for a good reason, which is earnings going higher. So I think that there are pockets of the market that now look a lot more rational than they did at the beginning of the year.
When will we get your 2027? I mean, what does next year look like?
Next year is interesting. So I think, but the one thing I was going to say is we're heading into this sort of seasonally, turbulent period.
Yeah.
And I think
September 1st.
the risk is just being in the index and being complacent. You know what I love as a protection against downside in the S&P? Large cap value. And there's a bunch of tech in it. It's not just boring old economy stocks like energy and financials. Tech is large cap value now. And that's why I like tech. That's why I like a lot of these areas of the market that have gotten a little bit more rational. So, I think the risk is missing the upside, but the risk is also being too heavily invested in heading into a seasonally weak period. The way to navigate that is just park in large value stocks, set it, forget it, come back later, and you're going to be doing fine. In fact, what's surprising is even though it's felt like we've been in this very mega cap tech-led market for the last 5 years, if you look at large cap value versus large cap growth, they've performed neck and neck for the last 3 years, 2 years, 1 year. I mean, it's been a very surprising stealth outperformer relative to the rest of the pack.
All right, so when will you give us a target for,
Oh yeah,
for
sorry,
2020?
second question. So 2027, so we all kind of, come out with this around November. And yeah. And
what are you leaning toward?
I mean, I think it's going to be a good year. What I worry about, I don't think we're seeing any signs.
But if you do 10% for next year, you'll only get to where we are right now, right?
Well, okay, so when we do our year end, our year ahead, we think about where the market is currently, what the fair value is. Even today, some of our models that are based on returns are suggesting a higher year-end target than where we are today. I just think that now is not the time to buy the index and close your eyes. I think there are.
I would always like to be like that if I was a sell side strategist. I would just that would be my permanent.
Buy the index and close your eyes.
Nope. Pretend that I always have a 10% drop in my average in my forecast, and then we even had Brian on, and he goes, "Well, they can just raise it at the end of the year if they're wrong about the 7,100." He did. He also was talking about some of your economists are looking for 3 or 4 rate hikes.
Yes.
And I go, really? And he goes, well, if that's wrong, then we don't get them. Then we'll say 1 or 2.
Well, forecasting is hard, and year-end targets are kind of silly numbers.
Especially about the future. Right.
But look, I think that there is still a decent chance. I mean, look, you get a 10% correction effectively once a year,
right,
on average.
That's what I said. I'd always have that. If I was a sell side where it really didn't matter, where I didn't have any skin in the game, I would always have my target would be 10% below.
Well, I think
it's hard to say 80. Like you're not going to ever say 8,200 for me. I'm never going to hear that from you. I don't think.
Well, don't be surprised. I mean, we've been very bullish. Like 3 years ago, I was more bullish than I'd ever been, and that was a point at which everyone was forecasting recessions. And I think this is a market environment where sentiment has already caught up with the market. Back 3 years ago, nobody liked equities.
So you think right now,
you think it's
complacent?
That think we're heading into a recession?
No, but do you think people are complacent right now? Because I think most people. I think most people think that the market's totally overvalued. Every day I see Market Watch.
I think
they write these articles.
It's not a valuation thing, though. It's really supply, demand, sentiment. You've got a lot more supply coming online, less buybacks. Buybacks have supported a lot of that buying in the S&P 500. Now companies are spending on CapEx, which is great for the future, and I'm bullish for the future. But I think we might be in a period, like kind of an air pocket, when it comes to show me the money from some of these hyperscalers. So that's what I worry about. But I do think that there has been a healthy reset in a lot of these frothier areas of the market.
Yeah, I mean we got to 78. We got to 7,800 really fast.
Don't be surprised.
There are people at 7,800.
I'm at 9,000, and
That's why I want you to call me.
So I'm telling you, we are models based. It's not just okay. I think that the safe bet is a 10% correction.
Right.
Models based, and our models are saying
maybe get some different models.
Supply, demand. Well, I mean, so far they've been pretty good.
All right.
Okay. Coming up, what credit card borrowing and delinquencies tell us about the health of the consumer. We're going to break down the latest data next. Do not go anywhere. Squawk Box coming right back after this. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent telling CNBC that the K-shaped economy is over, arguing that lower wage workers are finally catching up. Sharon Epperson is here with some new data on the consumer. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. The K-shaped economy has become shorthand for an economy where higher income Americans pulled further ahead in their wealth, spending, and financial security, while many lower income households struggled to keep up. Treasury Secretary Bessent says the economy looks more like a C as the gap between income groups begins to close. Bank of America Institute data shows after-tax wage growth for lower-income households, the yellow line there, accelerated in July, surpassing higher-income households, that's the orange line, for the first time since December 2024. Spending growth also converged last month as lower-income households' total and discretionary credit and debit card spending grew, while middle-income households slightly lagged. Some economists say that doesn't mean lower-income consumers are truly gaining ground, though. Many Americans at all income levels are still under pressure.
But it's not just lower income families. It's median income families, higher and upper median income families, but also people that have strong means that are dialing back some of their spending and being more cautious with how they spend, where they spend their money.
A new report from J.D. Power finds concerns about gas prices are easing, while worries over housing costs are close to becoming the second largest source of financial stress for consumers. Housing costs remain a particular pressure point for younger Gen Z consumers, and some economists say age and life stage, more than any letter of the alphabet, may be a more useful way to understand who is feeling the most economic pressure in the months ahead. For strategies to help improve your financial health, sign up for my Money 101 newsletter using the QR code right there on your screen, or go to cnbc.com/money101.
Okay, so a couple questions. There's been an alphabet soup really to describe the economy, K, C, all of this. We've had all of it. Is there a new shape?
Well, the new shape is whether if we continue to see lower income groups spending growth and we see higher income consumers spending growth go down, we could see an X. That's what one economist
But we don't want an X. You want everything up and to the right if you can.
Exactly, that's what you want.
And so when you look at that chart, the good news is those other two lines aren't coming down, but they're slowing.
Right.
And by the way, if that's what you're after, and this is maybe, that chart's almost, would you put that chart in the category of an inequality chart?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, we're definitely seeing inequality, but we're seeing an erosion of growth, as one economist put it, across the board. And what's going to be the telltale sign now is whether or not we see that convergence or whether we see this X shape take place, where if there is, perchance, a correction in the market where a lot of higher income households have seen their growth coming from the stock market, then that's when we could see a decline in spending from higher income while lower income wage workers start to grow.
Right. Sharon, thank you.
Sure.
It's fascinating.
Sure.
All right, when we come back, investing in modern warfare. The Pentagon pouring billions into U.S. drone manufacturing. We will talk about this push and the role of AI with Department of Defense Chief Technology Officer Emil Michael. First, though, let's get the AccuWeather forecast with meteorologist Bernie Rayno.
It's a terrific Tuesday across much of Midwest and into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, although there can be a spotty shower or afternoon thunderstorm from Boston toward Burlington. Just hot in Texas. Hot and dry in Atlanta, spotty thunderstorms in Miami. The West Coast is hot in the interior, even 95 degrees in Los Angeles today. Not many travel delays. I would watch Florida. That's it. AccuWeather for Business delivers proven superior accuracy with often earlier site-specific warnings that reduce false alarms and costly disruptions so your business stays best prepared. Visit business.accuweather.com.
The Pentagon is ramping up investment in American drone manufacturers, aiming to reduce reliance on Chinese components and get combat-ready drones to troops faster. Joining us right now to discuss the modernization of warfare, AI on the battlefield, and more is Emil Michael. He is the Department of War's Chief Technology Officer. And Emil, thank you for being with us today.
Good to see you, Becky.
Let's talk a little bit about drone technology. We know that this is kind of the next wave of what to expect in modern warfare. We've seen it not only with what's been happening in Iran, but also what was happening in Ukraine and Russia before that. Explain to us where things stand right now.
Where things stand is what we've learned from particularly the Ukraine-Russia conflict is that conflicts around ground territory increasingly becoming robot-on-robot warfare. The front lines are dominated by robots, in this case drones. And we're learning the utility of that in that these drones can be cheap to manufacture, cheap to produce, and can protect troops, frankly, from the grievous harms of being troop-on-troop warfare. And those drones now extend to on-sea, undersea, in air. What you saw the other day, I think, in the Strait of Hormuz was a Saronic boat that helped save 2 Apache helicopters who were down. So you're seeing the expansion of what autonomous systems can do in warfare.
I know that the United States has long been pushing innovation. You've been doing that yourself, too. You all recently had the DARPA Lift Challenge, where you were looking for the most efficient, effective drones that were the best performers in these things. But some people say the real issue now is not so much innovation, but really making sure that we have the industrial capacity to produce all of the drones that we may need. And I think that's where you are stepping in with your latest announcement on this. Why don't you explain how you're kind of getting at that supply chain issue and how we make sure we can manufacture these drones here in America at the rate we need?
Yeah, that's right. I would say we haven't been at it this long. Only this administration took it seriously in the last year and a half. And what we've done is we've tried to stimulate and begun to stimulate the domestic production of the components and the all-up systems for these drone manufacturers in the last year and a half. And we've done things like loaned $800 million to Performance Drone Works, who's going to make components that are otherwise only available from China or from other adversaries. And we're doing that across the domestic supply chain to make sure that they're building drones here. Even a Ukraine drone company called UDD, we're using some of their technology. So long as they build here in America, they're building a plant in Ohio. And the idea is to have a robust domestic supply chain. So if we need it, we could do surge capacity. And then we're taking these all-up rounds that these companies are building, and we're putting them through the DARPA Lift Challenge, or Drone Dominance, which has $1.1 billion, and gates companies and gives them objective ratings on how their product is performing and pays them based on that performance, and then gives them orders, really. And we hope to continue that program until we have several winners with big orders from the Pentagon so that they can rely on domestic supply chains and build an arsenal of autonomous systems that we need in this country.
Explain the reasoning behind the DARPA Lift Challenge. And I'll put it in this context. Yesterday, we had a venture capitalist here who also happens to be a veteran. He follows the military very closely, Alex Harstrick. And he said that part of the problem he sees right now in robotics is that China is making the financing for these companies much, much easier. And that in some ways, he's a little worried about how they may get ahead of the United States at some point because of that. He said what he'd love to see is DARPA doing challenges like that for not only robotics but AI, but it sounds exactly like what you are doing right now with drones. Well, his point is that it's important for venture capitalists to be able to say, here are standards that have been set by the government, and if we see whether a company can perform to those standards or not, it gives us a better idea of where to invest.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've done. I mean, what was happening before was a disparate system where you had to knock on 100 doors at the Pentagon, and you got rated differently depending on how your product performed, and therefore you didn't get a singular demand signal from the Department of War where you could say, If I do well and it's objective, then I'm going to get an order that fulfills my investors' needs, frankly. And we want investors to crowd capital around these companies. So both in the DARPA Lift Challenge, where their contest was effectively a 4-to-1 ratio of weight that the drone could carry versus the weight of the drone. And in drone dominance, where we have objective measures and we compete these companies at the same time in the same place against one another, that gives the signal to those venture capitalists that you had on yesterday to say, these are the companies that are winning, that are doing well, that are innovating fast. And without that, I understand you're going to have a disparate investment industry. There's a disparate government investment industry, because remember, we have the Office of Strategic Capital, which has $200 billion to do low-cost loans to these companies, and a disparate ordering of those systems, which really is what these companies want. They want orders, they want revenue, they want to win. And so we provided all three in this administration.
Is this something that you would consider moving into robotics, moving into AI? Are there plans for that at this point?
Robotics for certain, we're doing the same thing. AI is, as you know, artificial general intelligence has a lot of different purposes, not just for robotics or for drones, but for warfighting, because you're doing battlefield management, and just for efficiency purposes like you would in any enterprise, and for intelligence purposes, how do you synthesize intelligence, because we collect a lot of it. So AI is going to be less competed against one another in any narrow sense, but really in a broad sense. But for robotics, absolutely, that's the next big thing, and you'll see us invest from the Office of Strategic Capital in robotics companies and the components that go into robots, because we won't and can't fall behind China on that.
Hey, Emil, I have a question just about Defense Department costs and the like. For a very long time, a lot of the new tech companies that were getting into the defense space suggested that we could bring down the costs of our Defense Department over time by investing in these new technologies, getting rid of these long contracts with the primes and everything else. And it feels like now that a lot of those new tech companies have emerged and gotten contracts with the Defense Department, that angle, meaning we're actually going to lower costs and we should be pushing for a smaller budget rather than a bigger one, have shifted. Obviously now the department is looking at a budget that may be close to double. How do you think about that?
Yeah, so it's the right question. And the reason is we're still using a lot of the weapon systems that we developed during the Cold War. And as this new type of warfare has really come upon us in the last 5 years, we've thought about what we need for the modern battlefield. And you need right now both. But I think eventually you're going to see what I call a mix shift. You're going to see the shift of dollars from what we call exquisite systems that were developed during the Cold War to more modern, mass attritable, autonomous systems driven by AI. And we're right in the center of that shift now. So you'll see a big budget ask from President Trump this year for $1.5 trillion. But that's a one-time ask that then reverts to the normal baseline. And ideally what we'll see over the long term is that an arsenal that's more modern is actually easier, cheaper to maintain because we'll have the same capabilities. But right now, when you don't have everything on one side or everything in the other, you're going to have one moment where that has to converge. And we think this next year is the year you'll have the biggest number you'll see.
Emil Michael is the Chief Technology Officer at the Pentagon. And Emil, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Sure, what to attribute it to. Markets are adding to gains handily. It's got maybe something to do with oil. Oil at this point, suddenly ICE Brent below 90. It was up in the mid-90s. WTI looked like it was headed for 90. And I don't know whether it has anything to do with the Besant moves yesterday, but the 10-year also, 10-year was what, it looked like it was going to get to 3/4, and now it's down to 466. I think earlier, in fact, like late, overnight, I think it was much higher. It was, and so I don't know, but now we've got the Dow up about 280 points, S&P, NASDAQ is strong as well. We're going to talk Canada, and maybe we can ask this gentleman about Lake America when Squawk Box comes right back, formerly Lake Ontario.
Coming up, an AI company that helps data centers dynamically adjust electricity consumption to avoid strain on the power grid. We're going to talk to the founder and CEO of a startup, Emerald AI. You don't want to miss this. It's fascinating. Squawk Box, come right back.
8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among today's top stories, the White House unveiling a new global sanctions plan against Iran called Operation Economic Outcast. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent calling it a final warning to countries, including China, to cut business ties with Iran or risk losing access to the dollar-based financial system. Billionaire investor Stan Druckenmiller, a mentor to Scott Bessent, is questioning the Treasury's recent bond market actions. In a Wall Street Journal editorial or op-ed piece, Druckenmiller writes, "Governments defending prices against fundamentals always lose." And Alabama's Attorney General is opening an investigation into OpenAI after its models hacked Hugging Face last month. The probe looks to see if OpenAI violated the state's consumer protection laws or poses an ongoing risk to its citizens.
Checking the futures again, and we did before we went to break. You can see there some nice gains this morning in both, well, in all of the averages on a percentage basis. Crude oil may be partially responsible. Both Brent and ICE down about 3%, $3 each of them. And then Treasuries, the 10-year, looking a little bit more manageable, 30-year as well, 466 now on the 10-year. Bitcoin was above 80,000 for a while overnight. I think it's down in the low 79s at this point, but it's had a big run in the past week or so. May have bottomed at 58,000, could be a trading range, obviously, but it has moved from 58 to 80 or 79 pretty quickly. All right, we're going to go to the guest next, Andrew. You ready?
We have a
Are you
great
going to be
guest
okay
this
without
morning.
Dom?
We'll miss Dom. We'll get back to him in just a little bit. But new this morning, we got some news to tell you about. Artificial intelligence startup Emerald AI has announced it's raised $150 million in a Series A funding round. Its valuation has now hit unicorn status. The company is backed by some big names, including NVIDIA, GE Vernova, and individuals, including John Doerr and Tom Steyer. Joining us right now is Emerald AI's founder and CEO, Varun Sivaram. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew.
This is the energy side of the AI complex. We keep talking about sort of data centers and what's going on, but for those who don't know, and it's hard to understand some of this, explain exactly what you guys do.
Thanks, Andrew. Emerald AI transforms AI data centers into flexible grid allies, capable of reducing their power demand when the grid is stressed out. We solve three problems all at the same time. The race for power and AI, as the United States tries to maintain its lead against China in the AI race. We get data centers connected faster because they're flexible. We keep rates down. We control affordability of energy for communities. And we keep the grid more reliable and protected against blackouts.
Just explain how you do this. So this is a software-based system?
Exactly. Emerald AI is a software control system to help an AI data center control its power when the grid's stressed out. Let's say it's a hot summer day in Phoenix, Arizona, and the grid says, hey, I need some support. An AI data center now can be a responsive ally by reducing its power in that moment. We've showcased a 25% reduction for 3 hours.
But how do you do that if all three of us are still prompting the models at the same rate we were 3 hours ago?
Exactly. So there's three ways you can achieve this flexibility. Okay. First is temporal flexibility. Maybe there's some stuff happening at that data center, fine-tuning models, for example, that can be slowed down or paused. We, for example, can reduce the clock frequency of the NVIDIA GPUs running at that facility.
Okay.
The second thing you can do is you can move AI workloads. Let's say, Andrew, you and Becky, as you mentioned, are asking ChatGPT questions at some rate. You expect answers back. Well, we can move AI work, and we've done this. We've showcased between Virginia and Chicago when the Virginia grid was tight. We moved queries from one location to another at the speed of light. And so you basically don't notice the difference. But that Virginia data center now can provide some relief back to the grid. And the third way is you might have a resource on site, a battery, let's say, and you can use that battery to reduce the grid draw. You do these three things together, temporal, spatial, and resource flexibility, and that data center becomes a responsive grid ally.
Let me ask you this. We keep talking about a number of companies who've come on in the past couple of weeks, and we were talking about the Open Router deal last week, where there's a lot of folks who are putting in prompts, effectively token maxing, using a lot of energy on prompts and questions that they shouldn't be. So people using, Fable to ask it the weather is probably a bad use of all of this. And so you now have these Open Router, Ramp, other companies that are effectively picking which model is being used per prompt. How effective is that, and how related is that project to what you're trying to do?
So of course, Andrew, efficiency is important. You know, we want to be energy efficient in how we use AI. But at the end of the day, we're not going to efficiency our way out of this issue, right? Between now and 2028, the demand for AI in America is 70 gigawatts. And we can only plug in 30 gigawatts of data centers onto the grid. At the same time, China just built over 500 gigawatts of new power capacity last year, 10 times what we did. We're not going to outbuild our way out of this supply-demand gap, but we can outsmart it. What Emerald AI does is makes the AI data centers flexible. We should continue to use lots of power for AI, whether it's low token models, high token models.
Who are your customers?
We make data centers flexible and get them larger and faster power connections. So data centers are our customers.
Okay.
In addition,
So is that hyperscalers are hiring you?
So we work with some of the world's biggest companies.
Okay.
We work with some of the our customers include global data center operator platforms, AI firms, and we also work with power utilities, because power utilities want more flexible data centers that are going to come onto their grid, but they're not going to trigger very expensive grid upgrades.
But where the software resides where?
In the data center.
It lives inside the data center. So when you say you work with an energy company, that's what I was trying to understand. It's not that you can put your software, you know, at the energy company. You have to put it inside.
I'll give you an example. So because we make these data centers flexible, they become allies, friends to the grid. The grid's really like this. So Silicon Valley Power, a utility in the heart of Silicon Valley, has worked with Emerald, partnered with us, to roll out a flexible load interconnection program. That means they've got 60 data centers in their territory. If you want more power, you don't have to wait 10 or 12 years anymore. You can get it overnight if you're willing to be flexible. One way to do that is to use Emerald AI software in that data center.
Who are you competing with?
Look, I think we're creating a new category here.
I'm sure, but who else is doing anything like this?
I will say that Google has been a long-term pioneer in this field. I don't consider them a competitor. They're a leader, a visionary, and they have, for their own data centers, made them flexible.
Let me ask you a different question, because NVIDIA is a big investor in your company. Yeah. There is a massive question in the marketplace right now about what's described as circular financing, right? All of the various companies that they are putting money in. They're putting money into the LLMs, they're putting money into some of the data centers themselves, they're putting money into companies like yours, and whether all of those things, we heard that they may put money into Perplexity yesterday. Sometimes it's described now as the central bank of AI. Whether you think that's good or bad, and whether you think there is a circular financing element to this, because the more I think about it, the more I think to myself, if the data centers are buying your product, if NVIDIA is effectively giving you money so that you can work, then you also have the data centers giving you money. They are buying the NVIDIA chip. I mean, the whole thing is just one big circle, and the question is that a problem or not?
Ultimately, this AI boom depends on durable, real demand for tokens of artificial intelligence. I happen to believe that there is real external durable demand for this, and what Emerald does is unlock the power grid so that we can get those data centers connected. Look, we're delighted with our NVIDIA partnership and super grateful. NVIDIA, as you know, has this new announcement with their $500 billion platform for a new asset class, these AI factories or AI data centers. Emerald software integrates deeply with that to make them flexible. We can unlock 100 gigawatts on the grid today.
By the way, just finally, since you mentioned the asset class idea, we keep debating it and talking to people about it. Some people who think it's an absolute asset class, other people who are more skeptical. What is your sense, not just over the next 5 years, because over the next 5 years, it is clear that we are going to have a shortage, I think, of chips, which will make the value of older chips more valuable. The question is, when and if we ever get to a place where we can get enough new chips online, what it does to the value of the older chips.
I want to be clear, Andrew. I don't think chips are going to be the bottleneck between now and 2030. It's power. And the reason this is important is, again, the supply-demand gap for us, that 50 gigawatts by 2030 in power, determines whether the United States can build enough data centers to keep up.
I'm reading this now. You're right. 10 times the amount of power added in China. And you know what? They're doing 500 gigawatts of coal, and it's all permitted. It's all ready. They've got all the permits. Everything is ready to go. So they can do things over there we can't do here.
And to be clear, Joe, we should be building a lot more energy. I'm a big fan. But alongside it, let's unlock this 100 gigawatts we've got ready today on our existing power grid.
From
From flexibility We unlocked
That's
that.
100 gigawatts.
And I'll give you the proof point. You know, not only have we done these 5 demonstrations around the world, London, Portland, Phoenix, we also are now deployed at full multi-megawatt data center scale. And later this year, we'll launch a 100-megawatt, multi-billion-dollar AI factory with NVIDIA and Digital Realty that's flexible.
To me, this sounds like cutting Medicare by looking for fraud and waste. It sounds good, but you can really do it. 100 gigawatts just from what you...
It sounds too good to be true, right? But this is not a gimmick. There actually is 100 gigawatts. Academic research shows there's 100 gigawatts of available capacity if we can unlock it by making the data centers act in a different way. Traditionally, the grids and communities work for data centers. This is a way to have data centers work for grids and communities. Because, by the way, in addition to unlocking all that power and competing with China, you actually keep rates affordable by avoiding having to expensively overbuild the power grid.
Does it throttle any of the information or the queries that we're looking for in it?
Precisely. So as we were talking about with Andrew, if you say it's a hot summer day, or I'll give you another example. In London, where we did a demo, we all watched the World Cup. At halftime of the soccer game, the football game, they all turned their tea kettles on. A gigawatt of load spikes on the grid. We worked with the Nebius AI factory with NVIDIA chips, and National Grid said, hey, please reduce your power at halftime when the tea kettles go on. We reduce power. Now your question is, does that throttle work? It can. You can throttle chips or workloads, slow them down, only the ones that the customer's okay with slowing down, or you can move some to other locations, or you can run local batteries or other energy resources. Doing them all three in an orchestrated
does it mean
way.
that I'm not going to get my answer as quickly?
We want to make sure, Becky, that you never notice the difference. There are so many different workloads with different performance characteristics that the ones that you're okay, the fine-tuning run you expected tomorrow, the training run you expected next week, those are the ones that get slowed down. But the thing that you want right now, Becky, your mission-critical AI workload does not get throttled. We published this research in one of the world's top scientific journals, Nature Energy, saying we can assure the performance of mission-critical customer workloads while precisely meeting what the grid needs, which could be, lightning strikes and there's an equipment malfunction and the grid needs some relief. We responded within 30 seconds in London in that demo.
It's kind of like my Nest. I have a Nest product for the house that does the temperature, and it tries to be more efficient, but it is warmer during certain parts of the day because it's trying to save energy. Thank you. It's fascinating. We'll talk more about it, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the federal government making a push to recruit top tech talent. We're going to speak to the Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Kupor on Washington's efforts. And later, Zach Witkoff, co-founder and CEO of World Liberty Financial, on the company's bank charter and what it means to the future of stablecoin services. Do not go anywhere. Squawk Box, come right back.
Our next guest is helping lead the U.S. government's effort to recruit top tech talent. Joining us now, Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper. His department, along with the White House, the OMB, and other agencies, launched TechForce in December. That's a government-wide effort to recruit top technologists, and the program is now expanding with a goal to hire about 1,000 employees for temporary 2-year tech jobs. And I'll tell you, Scott, welcome. It's good to see you on set.
Good to see you.
What I initially thought was, oh no, another like job training program that doesn't work. But you're not doing that. You are actually trying to get the best and the brightest to initially help the government.
That's right.
Not the government help them.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we're trying to do two things. So one is, as the name implies, we've got some kind of just talent gaps in government, right? So for us to do modernization, we need people who understand like modern software engineering and AI and all this other stuff. So that's part of it. The other kind of more meta point is, if you look at the demographics of the workforce, only 7% of federal employees are under the age of 30, and close to half are over the age of 50. So we have this like pending major demographic problem, which is we're not replacing, as people retire in government, we're not actually bringing in new talent. So we're trying to launch a much broader effort, TechForce being one pillar of it, to figure out like how do we get early career people to decide come into government, even if just for a 2 or 3 year period is fine. Like, we don't need people to come for 40 years. Come for a little bit of time, do some great work, and then look, if you want to go to the private sector, that's great too. We're happy to do that. So TechForce kind of incorporates all that. People come in for 2 years, they work on great projects. We're partnering with about like 40 different technology companies. Exactly, all the big companies. And then at the end of the period, we're going to do this big job fair where if people want to go to the private sector, that's great.
And then they know all these. Some of the companies know these people already, so it is for the government initially, but it is sort of a place to cut your teeth and
I think that's right,
get experience and get a great job in the private sector.
That's right. Like if we could, like my dream would be like you could think of the federal government as kind of like the finishing school for every early career person, right? So I joke with my friends at McKinsey and Goldman, which is, look, if we could put the consultancies and the investment bank analyst programs out of business, let those people come to the government for 2 years, and then they can go back and go to McKinsey and Goldman and places like that. Like the world, I think, would be a much better place if we could harness that talent for some period of time.
This sort of flies in the face of what has been happening with the federal government. There was a net loss of 271,000 employees, and then people complain about you can't get rid of any program that you've designed in the last 20 years, pandemic or otherwise, has to stay. You can never get rid of it. So it's very difficult to get rid of. There's a lot of carping, but
it is difficult.
This is the opposite.
Yeah, the way I've been describing it is
talking how 1,000 total.
Yeah. I mean, this doesn't make a difference. Yeah. The way I've been talking about it is, look, we are kind of reshaping the government, which is actually the numbers even a little bit higher. So there's been about 300,000 net exits from the government since the beginning of the Trump administration. So we're about like 2.3 million. We're down to about 2 million right now. And so on top of that, like there are places where we do need to hire. Like tech is clearly an area where we need to hire. We need to get the right people in. But like that's all part about actually making the government both efficient and also making sure we got the talent that we need.
I have a language question for you.
Oh,
someone
no.
who's in charge of talent. No. So on one end, this administration, as have others, have been very critical of just anybody who's a government worker.
Yep.
There's a sense if you're a government worker, you have to be not that talented and that the government's incapable of doing anything, therefore you're not talented, all of that. On the other end, right, and we sort of disparage government workers, to be honest with you, or some people do. I would say some people even in this administration disparage the idea of being a government worker. At the same time, you're in charge of trying to attract talented people to do such things. And so how do you think about the language that the government should use?
Yep. So I will speak for myself, which is what I have said, is I've never disparaged the government workers. I think they are caught in a bad system. So yes, there's clearly people, like any organization, 2 million people, there's clearly people who are not doing their job, who we do need to make it easier to hold them accountable, and we're doing that. So we've passed a bunch of policies. At the same time, though, here's the fundamental problem is the entire government culture is one of compliance and like legal oversight. It's impossible to innovate. It's impossible to do anything. And so yes, like what happens is we plod along. And by the way, like little stuff like promotions, they're gated by tenure in the seat. Like that's the most silly thing in the world. Like so we're eliminating that. So we're getting rid of tenure as a basis for promotion, and we're trying to actually get merit as a promotion, opportunity. So one of the problems, by the way, why we have so few, I think, early career people is because no one wants to come into that environment where if you're not destined to be there for 40 years, it's not an interesting place to be. So we're eliminating college degree requirements for all jobs. We're eliminating tenure-based requirements. So the canonical example to me is like we should be able to hire some killer engineer who maybe didn't go to college, but who can perform at the level of a top federal employee, like we should pay that person at the most senior level if they can do the job. Today, under the rules, you can't do that, and so we're changing all those rules.
That's what I was going to say very quickly.
Yeah.
The pay, how does it match up to what they get in the private sector, and are you the beneficiary?
Yeah.
Are you the beneficiary of a tough job market to some extent?
Yeah, I mean, but look, I mean, as you all well know, like particularly for the engineering jobs, look, there's plenty of engineering jobs out there. No, but what we can't, so look, the pay is always going to be worse in federal government. That's fine. And that's why also, by the way, like, I don't need people to come give 40 years of their life if they want to go make money in the private sector. But the what we can do, though, is this leveling thing, right? Which is before, if you didn't have a college degree or if you didn't have 5 years of work experience, we would bring you in at what's called like a GS5, which is like, you know, a super low level. I don't know, we pay them $50,000, $60,000 a year. We're never going to get good people. But if you're awesome and you can perform at the level of a GS15, like in Tech Force, we're paying people $160,000, $170,000 a year. You know, the best ones can certainly make more if they go to the Valley, but like that's competitive if we level them appropriately for what their skills are. So that's the kind of stuff that we have to do.
Yeah.
I know we have to go, but I have one other question, which is your former Andreessen Horowitz man.
I am.
A lot of people in the Valley last week, I think, were surprised, as I was, that the Department of Justice was going to investigate Andreessen for this idea of these overlapping board memberships.
Yeah.
You know, Mark has been very supportive of the president. Ben's been very supportive of the president. You're obvious. And so, I mean, by the way, that unto itself should not be a reason the Department of Justice investigates or doesn't investigate anybody.
Yeah,
but I think a lot of people said, oh, goodness, this is interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think of it?
So I know absolutely nothing about the inner workings of it, just to be totally clear. The idea, though, of overlapping board seats, like that is not, like there's nothing nefarious about that. And in fact, actually, even the two that were named in that suit, one was Ben Horowitz, one was Martin Casado, right? And so like, venture firms do this all the time.
But venture firms have done this forever, and so it's interesting that they went at Andreessen first, and what you think that is about.
The honest answer is I really don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not in the DOJ, and nor am I part of Andreessen Horowitz, but to me, it's a non-issue. Look, we invest in a bunch of stuff. My former partners, what often happens is companies pivot over time, right? So, you know, famously, this is a public story, but as you probably know, we invested in Instagram before it was actually called Instagram.
Right.
And we had another company that was actually in the picture sharing space, and Instagram pivoted into that space. And so, yes, like by that definition, we had two conflicting things. And look, you deal with it. You put up Chinese walls from a communication perspective. You know, kind of make sure you don't have like, you know.
But you think it's going to change the Valley? I mean, this whole idea, because there are people who are on lots of boards. That's part of the whole venture world.
Look, my personal view, again, without knowing anything about it, is look, I think this is a non-issue, quite frankly. So, I mean, we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't think this materially changed anything in the Valley.
Thanks.
Hey, thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
Up next, Ontario Premier Doug Ford saying everything is on the table, including a restriction on electricity to millions of Americans. We'll speak to Canada's top trade negotiator about the cross-border collapse. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The trade fight between the U.S. and Canada heating up, including a social media post this morning from President Trump threatening to rename Lake Ontario Lake America. Joining us right now is Dominic LeBlanc. He's a Canadian minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade, intergovernmental affairs, and One Canadian Economy. Good morning to you.
Hi, good morning.
We could start with the Truth Social post. What's your reaction to that?
So we've decided as a federal government months ago not to respond to sort of the daily social media posts of either the president or his cabinet secretaries and so on. We're focused on doing what we can in Canada to build our economy and to having a constructive relationship with the government of the United States, our most important trading partner. So I, like many of your viewers, saw the different posts yesterday, including from some Canadian premiers who would be the equivalent of your state governors. But honestly, my focus and the Prime Minister's focus is to build a Canadian economy the best way we can. We think a strong Canadian economy is a valuable partner in North American competitiveness. So we're going to continue to do that. And I'm not trying to duck your question, but we have deliberately not responded as a federal government to some of the stuff that on our side or your side of the border.
Dominic, help us understand it, and we don't need to relitigate it, but I think we all want to understand what went wrong as you see it during those talks. There's been a lot of efforts, even in the past 72 hours, to try to reconstruct what went wrong, and I still don't think that there's an agreement either on either side about what is the sticking point here.
So, and you're right, that's a question that, again, on both sides of the border, I think gets a lot of interest. President Trump, at the end of July, had threatened 50% tariffs on about 28 billion Canadian dollars of exports to the United States. That would have been 40 to 50,000 jobs in our country put at risk. This is in addition to the sectoral tariffs, the 232 tariffs in steel, aluminum, automobiles, in our case, softwood lumber. So what that did is it prompted a new round of negotiations, an intensity of negotiations. I have a constructive and frankly, I think an effective relationship with Ambassador Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative. He has been at all times a professional, accessible. I think he's acted in good faith, as have we. So he and I began with our colleagues a process of negotiation. And President Trump on Wednesday extended the deadline 3 days, saying that he believed they had a deal with Canada. We were more careful. We said we're close to a deal. We're making real progress. And on Friday night, at the deadline the president set, Prime Minister Carney was unable to conclude that in totality, we had what we thought was a deal before us that would have been in the economic interest of the country. Canada is in a different economic position than other trading partners, the most important customer of the United States, but the most integrated in supply chains, particularly in these sectors.
The thing we're trying to understand here is you're saying you have a great relationship with Ambassador Greer. We've read stories about some daylight between Greer and Lutnick coming in later in the process, and whether that was the issue, whether there was a misunderstanding about what these auto tariffs were, and whether they would also include semi trucks and other kinds of trucks, and what that would mean
medium
for
and heavy
steel.
trucks.
This idea about language, whether the French language could be used in different distinctions, which something, by the way, Jameson Greer says he's never even heard of. But it appears that Mark Carney seemed to allude to. Explain it to us if you can.
Yeah, so those are examples, I think good examples. The Prime Minister used them at a news conference on Saturday in Ottawa, of where in those final hours last Friday evening, we concluded there was a gap that made the deal impossible. So the automotive industry in Canada, highly integrated with the United States, the parts industry, this is an example over decades of that integration. We had always been, in our discussions with the Americans, recognizing that President Trump has redesigned his trading relationships with all of the partners in the world, including Canada. We started from the USMCA position of zero tariffs. Then the president brought in a series of tariffs in these sectors. We accepted that no country was going to trade tariff-free with the United States. That's a significant departure for us. But because of that integration and because of the North American competitiveness, we wanted to end up in the best situation of all the trading partners, particularly in the auto sector. So to use that example, Canadian automotive production is cars, but there's a very significant production of medium and heavy-duty trucks from Ford and GM that are exported to the United States. So if we were negotiating with Ambassador Greer in good faith to reduce the tariffs on autos, we had always been clear, certainly from our side, that it had to include these medium and heavy-duty trucks. Otherwise, the Prime Minister would have been in an untenable position of agreeing to an automotive deal that would have left very significant present and future production outside this tariff advantage. That's one example. The question around language, we had agreed to remove the taxes. We got rid of the digital services tax, as President Trump was requiring, and we reduced the payments or the taxes that would have applied to American streamers. Think of Netflix. But in Canadian law, we have always had, because of the fact that 25% of the Canadian population is Francophone, but not only that, to be able to promote Canadian culture, Canadian stories, Canadian artists, there were requirements around discoverability and visibility. So on these platforms, Canadian content, including French language content, would be accessible. We had always said in our discussions that those for us were not part of the negotiation, those requirements around discoverability, but the financial aspects, the payments, had been resolved. So those are two examples in a frankly a basket of probably half a dozen, where at the end we didn't think we had arrived at an agreement that was in the economic interests of Canada. That's why on Friday evening the negotiations weren't able to conclude positively.
Yeah, Minister LeBlanc, this is the last thing Canada needs, and I'm not sure whether you have a good feel for changes that need to be made in the economic approach of Canada. I know you're familiar with GDP. Personal GDP actually is falling most years in Canada. The OECD projects that Canada, out of 38 OECD members, will rank 38, dead last in GDP per capita growth through 2060. And I'm trying to figure out why. I looked to see, and I do find one thing. It says here, tax and regulatory competitiveness. There's a gap even with the U.S. where we think permitting, and we've got all these problems down here. How bad is it in Canada? And what changes do you think need to be made at this point? I don't think you're really negotiating from a strong position based on these things.
Well, that is where I might respectfully disagree with you. I think that if Canada is the top export destination for 26 U.S. states, we sell oil and gas and potash essential to the U.S. manufacturing economy, huge value added in the United States. So we can find compelling examples where trade done properly benefits both countries. But I certainly take your question in terms of the regulatory burden, in terms of tax competitiveness. Those are issues that Prime Minister Carney ran on in the election last year. He got a mandate to be able to ensure that federal permitting, for example, of these major projects, think of big energy projects, think of clean energy projects, port infrastructure. We're diversifying our trade relationships around the world. We've signed in the last year 20 deals worth tens of billions of dollars with other economies. So we've been very active in looking at new trading relationships, at diversifying the economy, but share your concern around the competitiveness in a tax and permitting context. And we have taken, and we will continue. In fact, we're introducing legislation in Parliament next month to deal with accelerated permitting, exactly along the lines of what you mentioned.
Okay, Dominic, we got to leave it there.
We just asked, will there be retaliatory tariffs announced today?
I think that's the government intention. It's something Mr. Trump would have done exactly the same thing. He wouldn't let key industries, critical industries in his economy face a completely uneven trading circumstance. So the Prime Minister will be in, and we made this very clear, it shouldn't surprise anybody, our friends in the American administration. We said that if we didn't get to a deal, we would have to take the steps that any responsible government would take to protect those sectors of the economy. Our preference was not to do that. Our preference was to find a deal that benefits both countries. We still believe that's possible, but in the meantime, we're not waiting by the phone. We're going to do the work that's necessary to protect our own economy.
Okay. Dominic, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Have a great day. Thank you for having me on the program.
In a Wall Street Journal opinion piece, investor Stan Druckenmiller says that the Treasury's move to improve bond market liquidity was really an effort to push long-term bond prices higher and yields lower, arguing in his words, this wasn't liquidity management, it was price management. For more on the Treasury intervention, specifically the policy behind the move and the possible ramifications for the Federal Reserve, we want to bring in Nathan Sheets. He is Global Chief Economist at Citi. And Nathan, thanks for coming in today.
Good to be here.
First of all, is Stan Druckenmiller right? Is this about trying to move Treasury prices and yields?
Broadly speaking, I think the answer to that question is yes. We've seen a fair amount of softness at the back end of the yield curve, to some extent with the 10-year, but maybe even more so with the 30-year. And when you're sitting in the Treasury building, you're sitting in the Fed building, and you see that kind of softness, you start to worry about financial stability risks. So, if I'm being generous, I would say it's an effort to ensure stability at the back end of the curve, but ultimately, these are higher yields than Secretary Besson and Chairman Warsh would like to see.
You said if you're being generous, you would say this is to lend to stability. If you're not being generous, you would say what?
That Druckenmiller was right, and it was an effort to bring down those longer-term interest rates. The problem is that those rates, as Druckenmiller emphasized, reflect some deeper challenges in the U.S. economy. I think number one is we have a fiscal position that's just absolutely out of control.
That's the whole threat. That's what
I
think we keep leaving out the main thing that Druckenmiller is saying here, the hardest medicine to take. And he says that we have spent years and years and years and years ignoring arithmetic and layering on entitlement spending. Sooner or later, and the only disciplinarian is the bond market. Yeah. So if you mass the bond market, we will never do, and neither party has any impetus or stomach to do what's necessary.
When I look at fiscal deficits of 6% of GDP or higher, as far as the eye can see, which suggests bond issuance by the Treasury on the order of $20 to $25 trillion during the coming decade, there's a lot of issuance out there. And I can tell you when I speak to investors around the world, the number one question I get asked is, who's going to buy it and what does it mean for Treasury yields? And I do believe that Treasury yields are meaningfully higher today than they would be if we had half the debt and a deficit of 3%.
If we're at 17% revenue, which is where we've averaged that, the problem is the 24% of spending. Maybe we get up to 18 or 19. I don't know. Maybe we do something. But the thing that's staring us in the face is the 24% of spending. How would you cut that?
Well, I think you've nailed it, that we are at an impasse where we want to spend at 24% of GDP. And
we want Medicare for all.
We want to tax at 17 or 18.
The Democrats are running on Medicare for all. And how are we going to do that?
As you say, both parties are putting forward proposals for further expenditure, be it defense on the one hand or Medicare for all on the other. I don't have a good suggestion or solution other than I would say that we're not going to do it all at once. And if we have a program over 8 or 10 years, I think we could address it. I would be inclined to want to do it on both the tax side and the spending side. But these trade-offs are challenging, and I guess ultimately on the spending side, it must mean reduction in entitlements, which is obviously a third rail.
So you don't think the Treasury should be doing this? What do you think the implications are?
Well,
Will it work? Because
I think
Druckenmiller doesn't.
I think it
so.
won't work.
Yeah.
The Treasury has some tools, as we've seen, but they're limited in terms of their effectiveness and firepower. My baseline would be it doesn't work, but it's benign. I think in a more malignant scenario, and we're watching to see where all of this lands, it also interacts with the credibility of the Federal Reserve as well,
right.
which is at stake. But in a more malignant scenario, it starts to undercut the credibility of the Treasury, of the administration, and maybe ultimately the Federal Reserve.
What does Kevin Warsh need to say, or what do you anticipate he will say on Friday?
I think that this is a really pivotal speech for Chairman Warsh, that he was very effective in his first few months, banging the table and telling us we have an inflation problem. But then when he was asked, well, Mr. Chairman, what are you going to do to address this inflation problem? He wasn't willing to give any strategy. And I think that disjuncture between the problem and the lack of solution has left the markets frustrated and puzzled. And I think he's got to lay out in more detail how he's thinking about the economy, how he's thinking about the path of inflation going forward, and how he's thinking about monetary policy as a potential solution. And I think he can do that without resorting to traditional forward guidance.
Do you think he's going to have to comment on what Bessent has done or is doing? Because invariably what Bessent's doing to some degree could be making his job harder if the goal is to either leave interest rates where they are or to lower them.
I don't think that he's going to formally comment on the Bessent buyback operation, but I think he is very aware that through his last press conference, we saw the 30-year Treasury yield rise by 8 to 10 basis points over that period, and I think that the metric for success on this speech is whether he's able to get some traction in rebuilding his credibility as an inflation fighter, which I think could help bring down the 30-year Treasury yield.
Nathan, thank you very much for coming in.
Growth, Nathan? Is there any hope for growth? Is that the only way out? That's what we're hearing.
Yeah, I think
But you want to raise taxes, so how do you get growth while you're...
Our Hail Mary solution here is if we get substantial AI-led growth for a decade, that would bring down the deficit. So maybe that's what gets us out of it.
Great, AI. Everything's hanging on AI. Up next, Zach Witkoff. We just don't have the power. Got to ask China for it. Zach Witkoff of World Liberty Financial Squawk Costs. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. World Liberty Financial, a decentralized cryptocurrency firm of sorts, today announcing that its U.S. dollar stablecoin, USD1, will now be available on the Canton Network. More than a week ago, the federal financial regulator gave World Liberty conditional approval to effectively launch a trust bank. And join us right now with more on all of this is Zach Witkoff. He's the co-founder and CEO of World Liberty Financial, which is partly owned directly and indirectly by President Trump and his family. And Zach, of course, is also the son of the president's special diplomatic envoy, Steve Witkoff. So there's a lot to talk about this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Let's just go through first the details of this idea of you becoming a trust bank and just what it means from your perspective.
Yeah, sure. We received our conditional trust charter last week from the OCC. This puts us under a permanent federal oversight framework that will outlast any particular administration. That includes things like formalized KYC and AML policies. That includes minimum capital requirements. It also includes regular exams by career officials at the OCC.
But in terms of growing the business, changing the business, this fundamentally shifts everything.
Well, I would say that it institutionalizes our business, certainly. It gives the market more confidence in USD1 because we're under a federal oversight framework. Right, which includes things like one-to-one backing of all of our reserves. As I previously mentioned, it also includes exams by career officials at the OCC and formalized KYC and AML policies.
So invariably, people see these headlines and they see your name, they see the Trump name, they say this has now been approved in a way, and they question all of it. And I'm curious, just as somebody who's sitting in your seat, what you think of that, how you deal with that, and what you think the genuine right answer is about it.
Yeah, well, I would point to the fact that the Genius Act was signed into law in July. It created this framework. It was very bipartisan in nature. And USD1 today is the second largest Genius-compliant stablecoin in terms of both market cap and volume. We routinely trade over $1 billion a day. We have over $4 billion of USD1 in circulation. And I would also point to the fact that all of the investors in our trust co have signed binding passivity agreements with the OCC, which states in plain English that they can have no control or influence over the daily operations of the bank.
To the extent that there are people watching us now saying, look, how is it possible that either companies or countries are not using this vehicle to effectively put money in the pockets of the president and his family? That's sort of, I think, the central question that people have about the company, right?
So what I would say to that is, I spoke about the utility of USD1, the volume, right? There's over $4 billion of USD1 in circulation. Again, over $1 billion trades every single day in volume in USD1. Before I came on set, I checked the volume metrics. It was $1.7 billion in the trailing 24 hours, and that speaks to the use case of USD1. It speaks to customers actually using it, so I would completely dispute that notion.
That didn't really answer the question, I don't think, did it? You can follow up your own question.
I think
that probably has more credibility coming from me.
Whoever you think has the credibility to ask the question, you can ask it, Joe.
I understand Andrew's point, and when I interviewed the president, I had to ask an uncomfortable question: how do the perception that the president is using the office to enrich himself and his family? You saw how much crypto paid off, it was a staggering number, and to people that are, have affordability issues and everything else, it's going to be right or wrong. It's going to be something that just looks like it smells bad.
Well, listen, people are using USD1 every single day. I think that very much does answer the question. We've created a product that customers every day are using around the world.
And the president is saying that just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I mean, that obviously is possible, and you don't expect even people in commerce. You don't want people in commerce that aren't business people, obviously. You don't want a divestment of every single...
The president was a very successful businessman long before he became the president. He ran an enormously successful business. His kids now run that business. USD1 is a very small piece of their business empire, and again, customers are using the product every day.
We had the CEO of Truth Social, or Trump Media, on yesterday, and we said, is this the idea of government officials having investments in or being related to business while they're in office. Is this the future of politics? Meaning, is this something that you think the public should always look past? Meaning, should there be rules around conflicts of interest? Should there be rules around divestment? In a perfected world, as a citizen of this country, how do you feel generally about that? Take President Trump and his particular situation out of it, if you could. Maybe it's impossible to.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not a politician. I don't create policy. All I can do is operate by the rules of the road, right? Which is exactly what we're doing. Like I said, this federal framework was created to create more transparency, and we're running towards more regulation in a federal oversight framework.
Who do you see as your biggest competitor right now?
Yeah, I would say our biggest competitor is probably Circle. They have sort of defined the category of regulated stablecoins, and we respect what they've built. Where we will ultimately win at World Liberty Financial is on utility, liquidity, and distribution. And like I said before, we're already doing that today. You mentioned our announcement with the Canton blockchain. I think that's a very exciting part of our future. For context, Goldman Sachs and DTCC are already using Canton blockchain. They process over $350 billion of U.S. Treasury repo every single day. And what they do is they combine a public blockchain infrastructure with configurable institutional grade privacy, ensuring that only the parties that need to see a particular transaction will actually see it.
Do you think, though, all of this, and you might describe it as noise or around the company, benefits you, hurts you? I imagine I've heard there are people who prefer to use Circle because they actually are concerned about doing business with you. And there are probably other people who are doing business with you just very much because of the backstory of the company.
Yeah, I mean, I don't spend my time thinking about those things. I spend my time thinking about how I execute on behalf of our employees and ultimately our customers. We believe that, you know, the internet is moving 24/7, and the dollar should as well. Stablecoins are quickly becoming the native cash layer of the internet, and I think USD1 is going to play a big part in that.
Let me ask you a different question, and I don't know, but it's a political question. What do you make of what the Treasury Department's doing around treasuries and bonds right now? Because that actually does have a big impact on your company.
Yeah, that's a good question, Andrew. You know, Again, I don't spend a ton of time thinking about that. I think it's been quite good for liquidity in the crypto space. You know, you've seen sort of liquidity and confidence come back to the space in the past week or two. But again, I'm really focused on just delivering utility for our everyday customers who love our product.
No, isn't the everyday customer who loves your product, they care deeply about what's happening to treasuries right now. They care deeply about the geopolitical issues that your father's working on. This is why it's all so that people think it's also interrelated, insofar as people want to own crypto as a hedge against all sorts of geopolitical problems that are happening, whether there's a deal in Iran to be had, a deal in Ukraine to be had or not, or this or that, whether the dollar is going to go up or down. I mean, you don't see them as all connected in some way?
Yeah, I mean, of course, stable coins are somewhat connected or very much connected to treasury rates. That's primarily how stablecoin companies make money. Right. What we're doing at World Liberty Financial is building infrastructure on top of and around USD1 to make our business less interest rate sensitive. So that includes things like global settlement, remittances, machine-to-machine payments. And again, you know, the internet is moving at the speed of sound. The dollar has to also. I think stable coins like USD1 will play a really big part in that.
I mean, you gotta give Zach and Trump family credit for being there early and making a success out of this business. Whether there's, you know, whether it was somehow they had a more favorable environment to operate in. Those are all questions that I guess you could ask, but.
I would dispute that, Joe.
I'm not even positing that. I'm saying that if someone has that impression, but I'm just saying that you're the second biggest at this point. It's working. You had the foresight to get involved, and so did the Trump family. I don't know whether you penalize the Trump family because he's president, or whether you give credit for Don Jr. and you and the president for being early on what is a burgeoning market.
Well, the president I've never talked to
That's
about
what I mean.
business.
I talked to him, he said he is not involved.
Never have, never will. I would also point to the fact that, from my understanding, this was one of the longest application processes in the history of the OCC. It was very thorough.
Right.
We answered all of their questions, and the application was entirely reviewed by career staffers at the OCC.
Zach, we got to leave.
Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl King today with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stock's getting some relief when it comes to bond yields this morning. 10-year down to 4.65 as we're still awaiting several catalysts on the week, including PCE and NVIDIA tomorrow. Canada is expected to announce some retaliatory tariffs today. Brent back below 90 as the Pakistani army chief says there's been some progress in talks with Iran. Market is watching for any signs of a return to that MOU. Our roadmap begins with chip stocks, though, rebounding ahead of NVIDIA. That stock seeking to snap its longest losing streak since 2022.
Plus a blunt rebuke from veteran hedge fund investor Stanley Druckenmiller. He calls the government's intervention in the bond market a, quote, mistake. And we're keeping an eye on shares of Dick's Sporting Goods. Why? Well, they are down dramatically in the pre-market. The company missed expectations, citing what it calls a challenging footwear market.
Let's begin with the markets on track to open higher, helped by this rebound in tech. Jim, I know even you have been noticing the losing streak in NVIDIA going into the print.
Look, it's not coming in hot. Now, the last couple, it has come in hot, and the result has been, well, everybody said that's why it was up. You know, the reason why it's up is because the numbers are good. Now,
we hit
also
resistance.
have a tremendous blowback, as we all know, about everything that it does. The Wall Street Journal has a bill particulars today about everything being circular, and they even mentioned, and David, I think that this is, I thought of you when I read this.
I'm glad.
Well, okay, good.
Yeah.
Lucid.
Yes.
When you mention Lucid, David,
Yes.
that's nuclear. So that's chemical warfare. It's not even nuclear.
No,
but they say, to be sure, Jensen's honest.
Yes, they go on to say this is not a fair comparison, so to speak, but they did actually
Bring it up!
they did actually make it. By the way, you and I spent a good amount of time yesterday having a discussion around NVIDIA when you brought up the fact that you'd like to see them buy back a lot of stock, and I brought up the fact that, well, they spend a lot of money doing a lot of other things right now. In terms of backstops that they're providing, in terms of residual guarantees, in terms of sort of that overall backstop, so to speak, to so much of the AI spend. Whether they'll ever get hit on it is unclear. But it's not as though it doesn't exist, Jim, and it's certainly something that I would imagine will be a subject of some conversation on the company's conference call after earnings.
And it will certainly be a subject of conversation when I interview.
Right.
Because I'm not going to sit here. I mean, Carl, this is the obvious story, which is that
This is the obvious story.
You pick up a story of what Jensen's got invested in, the two Australians,
Yeah,
for
it's
something
all
I
wrong.
didn't realize. And that was kind of all right, he's even going down under. I mean, what are we going to do here? But my problem with it is that he's up on everything.
He's what?
He's up on everything.
Oh, well, the actual equity investments they've made, they've done great on.
They've done great.
You know, on the financing stuff, I mean, obviously, too early to know
well, I had it all
there's gonna be
wrong.
some real liability there. But yeah, and of course, the overall point is you're talking about a company that's going to do what? I mean, $600 billion or more in revenues, right?
Right.
Huge 70 plus 75% margins. We can all sort of figure out what the cash flow numbers look like. You got to do something with the money. Why not do it? Why not make sure you're there for the ecosystem overall in terms of support?
Well, that's what I believe in. Now, when I was out at Micron, it was clear that Sanjay Mehrotra says every dime has to be used to expand. Now, they do have in December, they can sell some stock that's from the U.S. government.
Well, had it completely all wrong.
Well, they're free to buy stock, okay? The U.S. government will be kind of done in terms of its power over Micron. And that's kept them from buying stock.
CapEx.
Their ethos is, look, our hope.
We had it all
we can
wrong.
catch up. And yeah, by
Say
the way,
it.
there's some stories out today about the fanciest souped up Vera Rubin doesn't have as much memory, and that could be because these companies aren't producing enough. But when I was out there,
good.
I mean, when you work 6 days a week and you work the full around the clock, and you're
I'm
trying
here.
to get the chips out in the first quarter, they're doing everything they can. Everybody's doing everything they can, but you know, when you listen to NVIDIA, they're spending a lot of money not building more chips. So why is that?
And then a lot of discussion this week about Jensen's open source initiatives and trying to serve both parties for the time being here,
Right.
Jim.
Look, I think we've never seen anybody like Jensen. There's no blueprint for.
We got
Jensen.
Elon, you
Nobody who
dick.
says, all right, I'm gonna.
We got a triple bottom, spelunk. We got a triple bottom, spelunk. Boom, baby. We got a falling wedge, spelunk. Oops. Remove drawing, put new drawing. But there, 767.42. Hello, my name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I do all kinds of voices. Today I'm doing my cowboy voice. I hope you understand. I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and not being a homosexual. And I'm a cowboy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Heck, I'm going to go in and get my perfect energy tea ready so I can have a great day. It was I, Howard, that shot Jesse James in the back. James Howard.
Oh, my name's Smokey the Bear. I have no fear.
So, I do not support fat, lazy people that always protest and complain about America. Why? This glass, this cup, was made by a blind man with no hands. All he had was stubs. He was a veteran from the Vietnam War, went totally blind, and was able to make a living making cups. And I bought 2 of these, and I give the guy $100 plus, because I was so amazed with a man, an individual that can be blind, have no hands, just a couple of stubs on his arms, and be able to do something like this. So in America, you can be what you want to be. It doesn't matter what gender you are, what race you are, how bad you're hurt. If you have the strive, you can make it. I grew up with epilepsy. I had choices to make. I decided to work. That's America, in my opinion. There's no excuses. We're right at the 200. I wanted to get down in this channel here, but still might be able to. But we definitely hit a triple bottom and we're bouncing a little bit on the SPY. We're going to go volume high and see what's cooking today. We got SNXX. Called that out yesterday on the dip at 11, not 1162, but getting close to it, right around 12. And it's up $1.85 right now. I said, Randy, We got Mr. Might be one to look at right at open with a double bottom, triple bottom there, baby. SpaceX, X. Triple top. SanDisk, called this one out yesterday. Boom, baby. Marvell, another popper. We got AMD, called this one out yesterday. Uh-oh. 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 Coin and Circle. I don't think I have CRCL on my watch list. So we're going to do that. CRCL. Could be a trade today. Do you understand? Netflix hit 80. Joby, Meta, TSM, everything's bounced. I have a real good watch list, and I call these names out every day. What I'm saying is, when you get a knife like we had yesterday at open, due to fear-mongering, look at the bounce they have today. Dell, CRM, CRM. We're at the 200 on the 1 hour. We'll put the 2 minute on here. Might see a trade here on CRM. Now, remember, you got your guys, the fat cats that have shorted the market. Michael Burry doubled down on the market. I'm very bullish, but you got to be in the now and know how these idiots on here think. They've tried everything in their world to try to bring this market down. Now, something that being in the now is practically every year we have some kind of correction. 10% at the most. 9 people margined by the 9% pullback. So, girl got on CNBC this morning, said, well, I'm not as bearish as I was 2 months ago.
Well, I'm not as bearish as I was 2 months ago. Actually, things are starting to look good again.
So these guys came in with their fear-mongering tactics. CapEx this, CapEx that, recession this, depression that, rate hikes this, rate hikes that, bonds this, bonds that. Nothing's worked. Nothing. I haven't heard them say CapEx once this morning, knowing all these earnings are going to come out. In other words, they're so full of crap. I've never heard so much negativity out of these guys. So every time we had a dip was a buying opportunity almost. If you have a good watch list and you watch it every single day and you pull it up and you go through it. And, Walmart. Bashing Walmart on earnings. Consumer sentiment. They never cared about the poor. All they care about is lining their pockets. I remember a time when Obama was president and they had the Wall Street That's when the protesting started. And then he founded Antifa. But we had Wall Street protesters were breaking down windows and tearing down, and then we had Piggy protest about the cops. All this shit happened during Obama. These riots and these protests and all this crap. To me, they're just pure idiots that don't really understand America. But they're all, well, caring about the Wall Street protesters as they were breaking down the windows up there at Wall Street. So I always try to think the opposite. Usually when they're talking smack, the market's down and it's usually a buy signal. We got a nice flag this morning. It's just the way it is. Netflix, yes. Make sure my platforms are up. All three of them. I have 4 trading platforms now. I have a lot more. I have Robinhood and I have Weibo, but I've never even opened them up. I don't trust Robinhood. Now they're heavily invested in Bitcoin and stuff, so, you know, that was a good buy last week. Now it's pulled back some today. This could be a bounce today. Open up that /ES at the VWAP. Will be a trade today. We're going to break up, so we'll see how. Mark below, right off the VWAP. I might raise it up to that wick. Could have a double wick bottom. SPX and SPY. Oh boy. Good morning, Mike, on YouTube. Oh, you're in Jamaica. All right. I've been to Jamaica. The old word respect. That's what I defined about Jamaica is respect. I took a picture of a guy that was a wood carver, and he said, looked at me and says, "What the heck are you doing?" I didn't have enough respect to ask him if I could take his picture. I thought it was so cool, him sitting up there carving wood. And he got mad. He got mad at me, boy. It kind of ruined my day. I was really happy that I got to see that guy doing that, and I took a snap of him. Boy, you got to ask permission. Negril. Oh, I think I spelled it wrong. Or did I? Negril. No, I spelled it right. Netflix is being talked about a lot. They're pumping Netflix. Little by little. Randy. Netflix. Investors should shrug off concerns about Netflix viewer engagement as the stock is set to bounce, according to Wolf Research. Friday's going to be the big green day. In my opinion, Friday is going to be the green day. Good morning. We have 6 more minutes left. I've got my perfect energy tea. And it tastes good. Tastes like chai. I like to drink tea. So what we have here is the Yogi Vanilla Spice Perfect Energy Tea. Very good stuff. Yum, 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 yum. Now, if you're new to trading, give the market some time to set up. If you're having difficulty, don't be chasing right at open. Wait for your eyes start to catch the movement or a pattern form or a reversal. Don't rush into the trade. Many times when I get caught, it's because I overtrade. I'm already up $1,000 or so, and I get in there and I start whirling around and So you gotta regulate. That's why I like to take a break, walk around, get some blood flowing, come back in the chair. Yesterday, I left to go help the elevator. I came back, perfect timing. Just a few minutes late, or I'd had a real good trade. Where's the SPY VWAPR? So we're at the 200 right at open. Now I want to see if this is going to fail and come down to the orb and then bounce back up. Right? Or if it takes off. And to do that, I need a different chart. There we go. That's going to be better. Yeah, that don't look too hot. We got a triple bottom. We could have a good opening here. We got less than a minute, so let's have a due time. I'll be looking at the SPY. Where in the hell are you? There you are. 765s. Get ready for a ding-a-ling to go off. Find out which one I'm going to take. I'll be looking at the volume. Oh, 770s if we bounce up. Oh, 3 black crores. Triple bottom. And we're off. Something don't look right here. And there's our buy signal. $767s. We got 3 black crows. And I'm up 7%. Now I'm down. What'd I get? I got them at, average of 80? Well, that sucked. Break it. There's 92. I'll take it out of my first trade. In at 80, out at 92. 5 contracts. Just kind of warm the waters up. Bought 5. I wanted to buy 5 more. I should have bought 5 more there at 71, 72 cents. We had a double bottom on the wick. We got a triple bottom, we got a quad bottom, we got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's see if we get a nosedive. That or a breakout. Right now we're bearish. That's on the 1 minute. And the 2 minute. Well, why did I see 3 black crows on the 1 minute? Ah, darn it. We're at 98 now, at $1. Let's see, 3 black crows. Shit, Jim. Spinning top, inverted hammer, respect. Still bearish. Resistance line. We'll take that highest candle right there and bring it to that one right there. And this is called a megaphone. That's called a megaphone. Which breaks $1. Well, we could run up and hit 766.80 and pull back and respect this previous resistance. And SPX, the 7700s. Well, there's no problem here. It's froze. Now it's not. Where is it? Huh. Let's do something here. Much better. No, it's frozen. Well, that kind of sucks. My personal. Chain is not loaded yet. Bastards. That means I go back to SPY. $767s. Let's see what's on the watch list here. Walmart's down 120, or it was. Yeah. We got Target down. That's had a good run. Home Depot, General Motors probably going to go down because of Canada. Mister's at 56. Let's get Apple. Let's go back up to the top here. We got Marvell up 16%, up 16 bucks. AMD up 16, Dell up. God, these are up huge. A lot of them are. STX up 13. Kind of scary. Okay, here we are for a buy on SPY. The 766 times 5. I got 5 at 126. $766s. Oh, I can't be doing that. We're going to see if it's going to hold. It really needs to maintain its support. We got a bounce on Fubo. We're bearish because the 10 is under the, that's the 1 minute. The 10's under the 20. And we're under the 200. So I could go ahead and make this for another day. Let's see if we break out. There it goes. Beautiful. Now I'm selling them. As you move up to resistance, you want to get out of the stock or scale out. So 126 to 142. And I'm waiting for that to pick up on the SPX where I make my money. First trade and second trade. So I'm up probably $100. Give it some time, see what the market wants to do here. I'm up $127. 100%. We're down to 105 on the 766s. Watch the tape. I'm in at 107. $766s. It's still bearish. Looks like stalemate here. What's going on? I'm up 10 cents. Brilliant. Yeah. Hood Fubo moving up a little bit more. There we go. I sold them too. If we break this, I'll get in more. $107 to 123. The 766. I run up and I hit the 9 for an exit idea. I mean the 10. The 10 is below the 20, so you don't really... I mean, we can have us a volume shoot back up to the top up here. But I don't want to take that risk. That's 3 trades, 100%. What's the VWAP on? SPY? We're below the VWAP. That means we're bearish. OES. Got to put them tickers on there. There you go. See if they got this platform up yet. Yeah, they got it running. 7690s or 7600s. If this breaks the 200, remember, break, it could pull back and retest and then boom. Nobody's bad. SMCI, nice. Three white soldiers on the SPX. Little baby ones, 3 here. We got bull flag on the 2 minute. We're bullish on the 2 minute. The 10 is above the 20. We got a 1, 2, 3 on the bottom. And a 1, 2 with 2 wicks on the top. So I'm going to go ahead and grab one. in a second. Right now, see what I got. Probably didn't get a good spot. $6. Okay, I got to change this. I don't know if that's a good idea. $76.90s. Probably not a good idea right here. So, and I got one. There we go. Nice. 6.50. I'm going to get out of it. I'm out. Got out. Watch it break. Got out. Oh, 6.52. Shit. I think it went 7. I mean, a straight up arch here. I made $50 on that one. SPX double top. Pay attention. You're not a bad man, Yankee. I love you. We got double top on Microsoft. Google's at the 200. Nothing's hardly moved in that category. Mr. hit the 200. I'm going to add circle right at Google. I'll put circle on here instead of Google. I got anchoring to get into some circle here. Metter, Baba, China, nothing out of China. IWM, watch IWM. We're bearish. We could start to reverse. We got a wedge. So where are we here? 60, 76, 90s are at 540, 50. Could get a reversal here. We got a head and shoulders. Still bearish. The 10 is under the 20. On the 1 minute. On the 2 minute, we're still bullish. We got a symmetrical flag. So it's getting ready to squeeze either way here. We got the VWAP, so we're still bullish. But we've got a huge gap up. Tempting to grab one again. I'm up 251 right now. 4 trades. There it goes back. Now we're at the VWAP, so this is going to mean something here. I'm going to grab one. I'm going to tight stop. Fucking 480. Just in case. break out. We're at 480 right now. VWAP. Not feeling very bullish. So I'll probably get out fast. Let's see what this market's made of. I got the 76.90s at 480. Yeah, I'm not too tempting here to be a big winner yet. Come on, bitch. I don't know, Jimmy. It's a bull flag. I'll get one more. Okay. My average is 470. Oh, no. We got a triggered alert. Spy. Okay, we had double bottom right here. Now they've got permission to bring it down. See if this maintains a double bottom. Oh. This could be the excuse to bring it down some. We've got a tweezer bottom right here. We're below the VWAP, so that should raise some eyebrows. About ready to lose all my profit today if this don't turn. Slash ES is bearish. S&P's in my support channel. Yep. What a trip. A lot of red going in here. Watch for the puts. We're definitely bearish until we break past the 9 EMA. And we're below the flag, so we're going to squeeze here in a second. Got 4 contracts at 408 SPX 7690s. Come on. You tried. Well, after a good push, it pushes down harder. Oh, shit. I knew it. It's a pretty good drop if it don't hold here. Yeah, there's nothing holding it up. Except that. Bears are in control. The 10's now crossing the 20. So we're going to see if this is going to be a kiss or a... Right now, I don't think so. Still a lot of red. And what's the SPY doing? SPY's about to my support channel. That's a real strong support at 765. the /ES on the 5 minutes at the 200 SMA. Kind of like that 1 minute. No, I got that cocky girl up there that said we were doomed. Now she probably got a totally different outlook. Retesting. Retesting, we're going to find out. Got a fallen wedge. Attempting to grab some of my personal here. Walmart's at a double bottom. Come on, you beers. Got an alert triggered. Spy 765, that's one of my other alerts. So we're definitely at the bottom of the channel right now. We're at the top of this channel. Very close. Definitely. That's my support channel. I didn't want it to go any lower than that. And we're almost to the penny. And this was a strong buy. 763.71. So I need this thing to get up there. And we're squeezing between the 10 and the 20. And we're bearish. You dog. Yeah, they're definitely... That's the flag right there, which is another wedge. Two wedgies. Oh, I'm debating. As long as I stay above this 200, I'm staying in it. But it goes below that, I'm out. Marvell. We're trying to see if we can break here. If we get back up in this channel. New access to auto insurance. That was my big mistake. Let's get back up here. I'm down 9%. It keeps pushing me. I should have took it. See, that 10's still below the 9. So they got Kevin Moore speaks at Jackson Hole on Friday. It's a major support right here. Definitely bearish. It's a 5-minute. Back to the 10, back to the 9. We're still bearish. IWM's moving up. Might have a trade on IWM here. No major break yet. Got a doji on the 2 minute on /ES. But I'm not seeing it yet. We've got a volume set up. IWM still moving up a little bit. Oh, God. Always clean as Jim.
Hey Jen, this is Ashley with Springfield Dental here. I was just returning your phone call.
Yeah.
Do we have you down? Do we have you scheduled for a visit?
No, not yet.
Are you a patient here?
Huh?
Give me just a minute. I'm pulling your file up.
Okay. I was just wanting to see if my supplement would work there.
It looks like we haven't seen you yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have the cosmetic?
Yeah, I already made an appointment for another place.
Oh, okay. So do you have any questions for me, or?
Nah.
Oh, okay. That sounds great, James.
Thank you.
You have a good day. Bye.
Yes. Knife. Woo! There it goes. There it goes. That could be in the shakeout right there that we've been looking for. Somebody got rich there. Filed under what? Come on, break the 9. I'm going to go long. See, the market will take that Canadian thing like a sore thumb. What's the Bears got to say? We're still bearish. We got the 10 under the 20, and we're back up here at resistance again, forming another flag. We're back at resistance. What, 3 white soldiers? This is on the 2-minute. Debating. Mister's up. Not seeing anything until we break this over here. If we break that, that's going to be a good sign to get in. Right now we're squeezing between the 10 and the 20 on the 1 minute. I'm going to clean this up. Yeah, it's a bull. It's got to break. We're at a resistance. We'll see if the market wants to break this. We're definitely at a resistance right now. We'll do something. You got the permission slip to move. Retest. As far as I care, we're still bearish because we haven't put a whole body above that yet. But it is a start. And we're out of that channel, out of that flag. We do have one body here. Retesting the 200. We got a triple bottom coming up. About ready to go long. There's a pretty good little pivot point area right in there. Three black crows with an inverted hammer and a hammer. Trying to get this tape, understanding of this tape. It's on the 1 minute. I was saying that 10's awful close to the 200 right now. But not on, and we're at the 200 on the 2 minute on the SPX. Judgment Day. That's Walmart. Don't know yet. We're flagging again. Mister about to have a new high. We got a double top on Circle. We got Riot at 2096 up. And Coin I really want to grab some right here at $1. More drama. Trump trade war with Canada could lead to U.S. back to quantitative easing. They're telling you we might bring it down more. 766023. I'm going to go through my watch list, see if I see anything tasty. AMD's up more. I'll get my water started for lunch. SPX is under the 200. I don't know if we're going to see a volume surge or not. The 76.90s were at 85 cents. Now they're at 115. And we're coming up against the wall again. Still not satisfied with this /ES. It has to have a body above that on the 2 minute. And we're hitting the resistance on SPX again. Three white soldiers out of the gate. That's huge. That's a pretty sign. Three black crows, three white soldiers. Now she'll probably come back down and retest for the entry. We got a triple top. We got to gain resistance above this. And the 10's got to cross the 21. I mean the 20. And we got to respect the 9 EMA on the /ES. Very interesting. Could that be enough interest to bring it up? That's the question. I'm going to put a chart up over here so I can see what I'm doing. AMD's about to break. Double top, break it. I want to see some resolve. We got the 10 crossing the 20 for the first time. And on the 1 minute, we got to break the 63. What to say about this? Get my chart up. That's the 10 minute. 10 minute has a tweezer bottom on the SPX. On the 10 minute. Still looking bearish. The 1 minute looks the best right now. We're not bullish until we break that 63 here. So I'm going to put a little resistance line above it. 2-minute, we're touching the 200 SMA 3 different times. Feeling a little good, but not good enough. It bounced up off the 200 for a scalp. In the 10-minute, we got a tweezer bottom. I'm not feeling it yet. Inverted hammer, inverted, resistance to break, triple top. Okay. I hear you. Spy has a symmetrical flag getting ready to squeeze. Don't know which way. Got a couple of them here. If that breaks that flag, we might move up. And the 10's crossing the 20 for the first time in a long time. On SPY, it's not bullish until we break it. Why Meta stock could see a 50% rally. Oh, now it's the AI card. It's going to make it bounce. We finally broke resistance. Oh God, a long way to go if it works. I like that high arch. Should have whipped up some. Ah, come on, man. Right when it gets ready to do it, we got on the 2 minute, we had the 9 over the 20. And then that. That was a nice little candle up. Oh, I got my food here. Still nothing. Kind of slowed down right there. Hot. Not seeing much action yet. On the 2 minute, we finally got a little bit of bullishness. The 10 is above the 20. I think it's going to take a little bit of convincing here. I'm not seeing a good tape yet. And it's 10-18, 11-18. We are above that resistance line. Oh, we got another one. Break it. Get a big old fat candle. It sounds like Canada wants to work with other countries. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. It's broke my resistance. We're at another resistance right here. Triple top. And I don't know. Break it. Come on, you tease. They've got balls. Retesting. It's retesting right now. Pulled back to the 10. Grab a little bit here. We're still above the 10. Come on, baby. Come on, Pokemon. You got higher lows. We're squeezing in between these two. Yeah, I'm just getting ready to buy some more of that frickin' 76, 75s. This is an exit idea here. Come on. I'm up 13%. I'll trim them suckers. Now she'll start taking off. $200. Oh! Fuck. 155. I got out at 130. Shit. Blotch. Man. Another $200. Next resistance is right about to that line. Wish I had some chopsticks. I'd eat these fancy noodles with that. Damn it. That'd been a $500 trade. $76.80s. Now the way this has been going, we got three white soldiers, and a big fat candle come back down and hit that 10. Create an alert right off this previous high. And the 30, get the 36.80s. Get 5. That or the 36.90s and get 10 or 5. Not right now. Can't believe I'm only up $300. I'm up $211. I'd be up a lot more if I'd be up probably $1,000 if I played it right. But I got out too early. I was down quite a bit. I wanted to get out even, and I did. With a $125 loss, I think. I'm not sure if the charts are reading right or not. That's got to go up a little bit. Okay, here we go. By 3. Been not an easy day, so oh shit. Triggered. Woo! I'm out. Yeah! That made me happy. That made me real happy. $270 out at 420. Randy? Where you going, Randy? Yankee! I'm the happiest. Now don't overtrade, Yank. You're beating me today. Oh, never mind. I didn't put all my things on there. I got 320 and 270. That was an average of 290, I think. Equals divided by 2, 295. Minus 4.20 is 125 times 6. $750 trade. I needed that. I needed it. Randy, are you still here? Or are you going to work? Oh, Canada doubles tariffs on U.S. steel products to 50%. You know what? They're all over $20 billion of U.S. products. They're only hurting themselves. Liberals don't know how to do business. They know how to rip you off at Wall Street. German makes used to make great steel. The Germans. Ain't that right, Sergeant? Two Cap. Angel. Bug. Randy. Edge. Johnny. Livid. Magnificent. Mark. Rose. Or Rufflestiltskin. Rose, Sergeant, W, and Yankee. Be careful. We finally broke out. I want you to take this. We're going to erase all this up. We're at support right now to hold, if it wants to hold. So we did a gap fill on that candle. And that, to me, was a buy signal. And I wish I'd have caught it in time. Because that alone, back to the top up there, was a $500 trade. If you bought 10 of them at $1. You want to take your Fibonacci's. Now, I don't know if this wick's worthy or not, or just the body. That wick, maybe. Go to your Fibonacci. So we went to the bottom of the wick. Now you're in what you call a channel. This could easily pull back down and hit this 200. I'm going to set an alert right above the 200. You see these trend lines right in here? You got a yin yang right there. So that's where I want to set that alert. Yin yang is a previous high and a previous low. And it should be a little bit higher. Than where I want it to hit, so I can get alerted. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. The 7680s, I'm going to get 3. Not yet. I want to see what forms after this here candle. Or if we come down and hit my support. We got 3 black crows. And I could buy 3 here and then add 3 if it dips. And there's the inside candle. Between the 20 and the 200. Yep, we're not yet bearish, but we are. There it is. Shit. I should have grabbed it. That was the time. Now, is this a fake out? So grab 3. And I did. At 255. $255. And we got a head and shoulders. So you want to draw a trend line across that body there. We're still bearish because we're under the 20 and the 10. So you kind of want to have your fingers on the mouse. You get 10 or 20%, get out of the trade. Or even 5%. And now for the first, well, let's see, that ain't a good sign. So I'm going to get out of this thing at 7.8%. The 10 crossed over the 20. We hit the 10, I got out of the trade. If it breaks, then we could break this right shoulder. I mean, that was only like $75. What'd I sell it at? Dumbass. Could have got 90. Now you got an invert. Now you got. Could get down to my support level. Or a double bottom here. So I'm back at my entry level. The question is, do I want to buy some? I'm not quite bullish yet. I mean, I am and I ain't. Now that the 10's crossed below the 20. Could bring it, push it down here. Oh, there we go. We got a 1, 2, 3 right there. We're bearish now. We're not above these. That's on the 1 minute. So I'm going to grab 3 here once we hit this triple bottom. Right about now. I think I got 25. 225. just hit my support. So we're coming to the 200. This is what I want to add right here. Oh, I only got 5. We got the same contracts. Shit. I wanted one more. How'd I get 5? Oh, I got 2. That's all right. We're at the 200. Oh, no, we're not. We're at the bottom of that Fibonacci. God, darn, it's been a tough day. What'd I get? The 80s. I added 3 more at 180. I got 10. Come on. $198. Now we're at another frickin' resistance. Market's not very bullish, so you got to get what you can. Sometimes it's good to just sit out. Now you're at another resistance here. Back at the 10 on the 1 minute. Two-minute looks like we can go higher. 7668.
PNC Bank brings you Call of the Wild Money Moves.
What?
Shh. Listen. Hey, guys. That's the sound of a multi-level marketing pitch.
How in the hell did you get on there? Marketing pitch. Come on, you coward. It's a real hard resistance. You got that 10 crawling down on the 20. And just like that, I'm freaking out of it. I'm not taking any risks today. $210, $150, and they're now at $230. $250. Well, the pickings are small today. Hit the head and shoulders. Watch out for my way. I'm about to break out. It's at 310. I would have made $600 right there. Ask me if I care. Yes, I do. Get out of my way. We got 3 white soldiers standing in a row. Don't know what to do, but it's going my way. What am I gonna do? Well, my pickings are slim. I decided to trim. Oops. I would have been up $600 on that trade. What am I gonna do when I'm through? The pickings are slim. They call me Jim. Son of a bitch. $350. I'm so confused right now. I mean, that was, I knew that was a good spot. Golly, 15. 155 times 6 is $930. Come on, I need a cheerleader in this room. Yeah. Oh, Randy. What do you got there? I need a cheerleader, Sergeant. Well, I left $960 on the table, and I'm not going to tell you how much I left earlier, because it would all make you shit. I've never bought 125. I'm choking to death on ramen noodles. I've never bought 125 contracts before, and I did it today. again, I was seeing a negative number of about $3,000. Then she bounces up, and I could have made 3,000. We're coming up to a double top. I'm sick to my stomach. Does it look as bad as it feels? I mean, look here, triple bottom, boom. Retest the Fibonacci, boom. It don't look as bad as it feels. It don't seem as bad as it feels. We got a triple top right here. Looks like it broke. We're coming close. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Magnificent, did you listen to that song I just wrote? I liked it. I don't know how to stop out. I really don't. You know why? Because I've lost so much money stopping out. And I've won so much money not doing it. I don't know, what choice would you make? Would you keep stopping out if you have a record of like 95% of wins? That's the question. And you have like a 20% chance of when you stop out of win. You don't win when you stop out. Unless your great stops above your entry. Exactly. Plus, I'm trading with one less tooth in my mouth. My dentures. I've got to get new dentures. They're going to put a big smile on my face. First time I've never had no pain with a tooth falling out. You know what I'm saying? Room, you share this picture, I'm going to kill any one of you. You understand? Yes or no? I should get gold teeth. And I got a broken jaw 2 or 3 times. Here we're getting ready to break. Triple top, quad top. And I ain't buying no 5 fucking contracts. Buy 1. Jim, you're up 2.4%. Have you ever thought about selling? My next teeth are going to come down here. They're going to have big old white in there. Jim, you're up 2.4%. Have you ever thought about selling? Jim, you're up 4.8%. Have you ever thought about selling? Oh, Jim, you're up 10%. Have you ever thought about selling? Oh, fuck. Jim, you're up 11%. Oh, shit. Oh, damn it. I couldn't do it. It's always good to get two of them, man. Cockroach. I'm getting two this time. I'm going to get another one. Come on, give me a price. Give me a good price. There we go. I'll take that. Now I can get out of this trade. If I have to buy another one, I will. We want to stay above the... Stay. Stay. Now bounce up. No. Last one I got was at 380. My average is 390. Well, that don't make sense. Oh, I bought three. Fuck. How many do I have? Oh, shit. That ain't cool. That wasn't cool. That was stupid. Sometimes mistakes pay off. They have before. We're only down 2.6%. Have you ever thought about selling? No. We are at a head and shoulders. I could get out of this trade even. Come on, bounce. Joe Canada, lesson. We got an inverted hammer. Right now I'm down 2.some%. Come on, go green. This is not a good spot. Not a good spot. I'm about ready to say, okay, I'll take the loss here. So I don't want to get below $3,000. Oh, I just did. I don't know what to do. Nope. That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice. How dare you? I don't know. A little bearish right here. Well, tweezer bottom, but I ain't convinced. How many of these suckers I have? We're at resistance here. If this breaks, that'll be real happy for me. I doubt it, because it just doesn't have the push like it usually does. Come on. Now 17%. Now I'm down 20. I got to really think about cutting it. I can make this back. When it breaks out, I go peep. We're not quite up to the right shoulder. If it starts to break past this trend line, I think we're going to break that shoulder line. Not looking too American right here. Yeah. I'm at 3 black crows. Tom, what are you talking about? You got something bad to say about AMD? The 10's now crossed the 20. Down. Come on, baby. Give me a little bounce. This is a toughie. I love them noodles. Some of the best I've ate. Yeah, I should have added. I'd be out of his trade right now. We're at that shoulder line. Can we maintain the higher low? That's what the crowd's wondering. I say we can. Almost back to 3,000. There it is. What's my average? I think it's not very good. 390. Oh, shit, just sold it. I want to stay above that 3,000. There's another head and shoulders right here. So, there's a lot of bears out there today. I can feel it. Let's maintain this higher low. Over right there, that's right where it is. Give it a little bit more time. We're squeezing. and we're bearish because the 10 is below the 20. Jeez, come on, move. Now, how did that happen? This thing's deteriorating. I think he's going to give up. Still maintain that higher low. Nope. We're bearish now. Definitely bearish. But we're still in this here. That's our last fear right there at double bottom. In the 2 minute, we're still bullish. Break it. It can be real cool and break. I'm surprised it went back up like that. Shit. See, I don't like this wait and see here. Bastards, come on. Push it. Oh, this is tight. Ah, damn it. Jim. This is the tightest day I've seen in a long time. Market makers are really getting paid good today. I just couldn't get a green out of that. It was even. Now I'm down another $240. In 1 minute still looks bullish. Finally. Come on. We'll see what I got. I got out of it. It'd probably go higher, but I can't take that stress. 360. So I made 80 bucks. Damn it. Now they're at 380. They'd been 160. I just couldn't take it anymore. That's a tense trade. Today's tense. I'm proud of myself, though. $1,200 a day can't. Sing to it? I should have. I was in the SPX 7680s. First entry was 420, 380. Then I bought 4 more at 310 and sold them at 360. My average was 350. $80 frickin' dollars out of all that stress. Now they're at 375. And they'll probably go up. I didn't even pay attention to the 10. I just paid attention to the price. Oh. $4.20, Randy. No, 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 no. $1,200 today. $1,200. We're at a double top. Good job. We're at a double top. I'm confused too. It's almost like a triple top. Man. It also could be that I'm getting in bad entries. $76.90s, I'd still be down on them if I was in them from earlier. Now that we're at resistance, I feel reluctant to take the trade because I'm not that bullish. I mean, markets beat me up today. This would be a 3 right here. I'll grab one. Well, it got all volatile all of a sudden. The price did. 76.80s. Oh, I see. Sucker, you should have been up. Now we're at resistance. Out even on that one. Didn't give me what I wanted. Why? Bitch. Nah. Okay. Just not having. Gotta walk away.
Oh, shit. No. 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 That is rough. That'd have been $200. Mr. Hickey. Tom. Randy. What do you know? 3:30. I got out even. In 2 days, I'm up $262,660. Last Friday, when I started this, 637. If I can average 1,000 all day, all week, next 3 days, maybe a couple thousand in, or a 3,000er. I still got one more trade in me. I want to touch base because I've gotten a few reports of dog urine being left in the elevator, hallways, and stairwells. I appreciate everyone being cooperative and picking up waste. But the urine issues needs to be addressed. Please remember that leaving this mess behind is a lease violation and fine. Please clean up after your dogs. Okay, here we go again. The market will play with my mind. We're at 320. We have a megaphone. Not a very big one. I'm grabbing 2 calls. And 1, 2, 3. You got 295, the 7680s. How is your life different because the Holy Spirit lives in you? Hire, besides the usual sense, can mean to bribe. H-I-R-E. Hew, H-E-W, cut, dig, cut out, cut down, Mark, or D-E-U-T 19.5 or Mark 15.46. I'm up 5%. Have you ever thought about selling? Fuck yes, I have. I'm out at 8.5%. I had 2 at 295, sold them at 320. Preach, to proclaim, to tell or announce good news about the kingdom of God. Prescribe means to write, Isaiah 10:1. Preserve is to keep, to save. Psalms 12:7 and Luke 17:33. To resist, oppose, stand against. Zechariah 3:1 and Matthew 5:39. Two calls in what? I said. I've been trading 7680s all day. I'm going to repeat this. If I'm having issues trading today, for God's sakes, keep that in mind. Do you understand? They're now at 270. I'm going to buy 2 of them. I just did it. I'm in at 270. The 7680s. Holy mackerel. I'm up 3.some%. Jim, you're up 5.6%. Have you ever thought about selling? Yes. This is not an easy day. I'd like to see Trump kiss Canada's ass. You're up 11%, Jim. Have you thought about selling? Yes. I'm out. I made $60. Oh. Jim, you're up $1,300 for the day. And nothing in your personal account today. Shame on you. I'm sitting here making nothing. I want an A+ for making $1,300 today in my challenge. Being down almost $3,500 at one time in the account. And that's actually more than that. No. You don't think Canada even matters? It's the thought. It's one of them the thought kind of things, why Canada matters. Because they've been such a, I don't know about great ally. I usually think of it a dumping ground for liberals. Now we're definitely at support. I got back in. We'll see if this wants to hold. $2.20. The same contracts, the 76.80s. $76.80s. At $2.20. And we're at the 200. And it is starting to angle down. We've got a tweezer bottom. I'm up. I'm up. Come on, you cockroach. Ah. What's the deal here?
You're down 95%. Have you ever considered selling?
No, I can't. That's a no.
You're down 95%. Have you ever considered selling?
No, I can't. That's a no.
Jim, you're up 4.5%. Have you ever thought about selling? Yes. Jim, you're up 0.0001%. Have you ever thought about selling? Yes. Jim, you're even. Have you ever thought about selling? Yes. Jim, you have a chance to get laid tonight. You ever thought about skipping out? Yes. Come on, give me a big old 20% here. Prick tease. If I take 10%, come on. 240. You're out. And what did I get? I bet you I didn't get 240. Jim, it's getting ready to break out. 260. I'm getting tore up. I'm just getting beat up today. Masters are at 290. I got out at 240. Did you ever think about selling when you were down, when no one's around? I gotta get my head on together, or I'm not gonna be able to get this job done. I've been faked out so many times today. I still look green, by the way. Inverted hammer. If you don't get out soon, you might not get out, you loon. It's driving me crazy. My mind's a little hazy. Well, I'm gonna turn this song into a blues song. My woman, she walked out on me. It was about the middle of 3. She left me with the kids and no diapers. woman walked out on me, and she bitch took the Cadillac. Left me the kids with no diapers and no car. Oh, God. No. Fuck. Does the media in Canada talk about how Canada put tariffs on us imports? No. That's true, Randy. Canadians are pieces of crap. Oh, I have a Canadian in here. Let's have no fighting. I have a girlfriend, I have a real close friend that's a Canadian, and she can't stand it. But she's not a liberal. Man. Well, I puked in Canada, when I was about 10 or 11 years old, in Windsor, Canada. Puked on the sidewalk. And that's a true story. See, if I jump in this trade now, the sucker's gonna sink on me. I'm running everybody out of my room now. There's an activation fee. If you get a discount, you can get about 100 to 150. $300 if you don't get a discount. And you get a month trial to see if you can break the $10,000. Now we're pulling back. I've been in day 3 and I'm up to $3,441. We're at support here, but we're trying to cross. And they're at 265. Hello. Boy, Dick's took a beating today. DKS. I always thought they were a dick. From 180 to 127, down $50. These are at 225 now. Are we coming in for a sell-off? We got some at 215, the 7680s. See if we hold this double bottom. Three black crows. Nope, wrong way. Coming down pretty hard right here. 1 minute we're at the 200. They're coming in strong. Sells. No. Wow. Oh my. Right to support.
I don't know if it has the mustard to get up there now. We're on this trend line, so if that doesn't hold, it's going to get bad. Going to get real bad. Not an easy day, I'm telling you. A man that knows. This has got a hold right here. It's history. Tempted to just get out, take this loss here, and I know if I do, it could be a big mistake. Somebody's getting some big money today playing with these guys. Because this is not normal market behavior. Or I'm just delusional today. I had a booger in my nose. We're definitely bearish. The SP/ES is at the 200, below the VWAP. And we're below the 200 on the SPX. Bravo, China hasn't moved. The coins have. This is not good. I want to keep this above 3,000. My account. Down 14%. See, we're at another resistance here. This breaks, I might just get frickin' green. Come on, just a little bit more. Motherfucker. Right when I know it's gonna sell. It ain't gonna. I thinking about getting that. Oh, no. Come on. 3 white soldiers. Almost even. Wow. I think somebody's watching my monitor.
playing with my head today. I'm getting out of this sucker. I can't take it. I took a loss on that one. Not a big one. Probably $100. $160. No. Now I'd be green. Okay. I got one more trade in me, that's it. Wow. Oh boy. I got to take an aspirin. Well, don't forget to drink water. On a normal day, I'd take this trade. We're now below the 10. We're at the 200. I mean, this could be a buy signal. I'm going to move it up. $76.75. 7675. At $2.50. Not sure, he says. We're back at that support. Snake breakout pullback on the 1 minute. And a wedge. And a wedge. So we'll see how bad the sucker is today. Oh, not good. Fuck. Jeez. That broke major support right there. Major support. This could drop a lot more. This could drop a lot more. Lot more. Lot more. things seem like they're moving a little slow here. Yeah, this could drop a lot more. I mean, I'm really not liking the market today. It's very unpredictable. This could drop a lot more. I don't feel like adding to it because it's so unpredictable. Yeah, it's not going to do good. We're at a double bottom right now. Feel better with it here. It's still not really anchored up. We drop more. Down 130. I haven't added a dime to it. I'll just leave it alone. If it comes out of it, it comes out of it. If I was going to, I'd have added 6 back there. Gee. Shit, come on, man. You get a bounce like that, you should move. I'd be out even with that one if I'd bought in. It could end up down by the end of the day. I've been faked out a lot today. You've got volume divergence. Very, very weak. Come on, beers. Big drop. There ain't nothing holding it up except this here higher low. That's it. That could have been the a little bit more. Perfect. Very bearish. The only thing keeping me in this thing right here is this higher low. That's on a 2 minute. 1 minute. In the 2 minute, I'm at the 200. That's kind of bullish. Huh. I can't believe this. I usually don't talk like this. I can't trust anything today. Watch this thing sucker break out, and I said, well, I didn't have any. When I get out of this trade, I'm going to walk and get Nancy. Almost bought 8 at 160. I'd be out of this in 2. See, I'd trim this and it would break out. If I don't trim it, it'll tank. That's where I am today. Don't forget to fight forest fires. 766687. Can we respect the... No, we can't. Oh my God. Break it. We're at resistance again. I was green for just a second. The 10 is crossing the 20. This is called a bear flag. I like the way it's setting up, but it's very stubborn. That's on the 1 minute. Two minute looks better. No, it don't either. Squeezing. Debate. No. Shit. Market makers are playing hardball today. The 10 is over the 21 on the 1 minute, which I'm favoring over today. And we got a 2 minute, we're above the 200. Market makers. missing today. You could break out if you like. Come on. Another fake out, right to resistance. Tight. God, it's so damn tight today. Here comes a negative. And it could be a fake out. It's what it's done to me all day. But now it says no. Now that's all of a sudden it bounces up 20 cents. You're not going to break out. You just act like you are. You've been like that all day today. There you are. You're at resistance. Come on. You ain't doing shit. Megaphone. They got a tight leash on this baby. Come on. You ain't gonna do shit. Again, I should have averaged. You ain't gonna do shit. Break it. I dare you. No, you ain't gonna do shit. Randy, push it up. We're at the 200 SMA. Like a coward, I sold it. $80 miss. Okay. You got a song? Tomorrow PCE. I can't believe how close I've come. So many resistance levels today. I mean, I was practically even there, and if I'd have bought the dip, and I was too scared to, because I figured we could come down and touch this double bottom. Now we're back down at support. And I don't know if I want to go through this train wreck again. I mean, I played it good, but I wish I would have added 8 more down there at the bottom and doubled that down. I'd be 16 contracts plus $50 or 40. And we're bullish. But every time I want to buy these, they dip. Then I got to add and play the game. And I missed that. I wasn't paying attention. That knife fair, I'd have got that. So as a sucker might want to break out. We're definitely at a hard resistance over here. Market makers are really, really good today. They're trying to keep it, I think they're trying to, like you said tomorrow, PCE's coming out.
The Panama Canal Authority says that auctions for transit slots have seen an increase in market costs due to shifts in global trade supply and demand. Some vessels that transited the canal have paid amounts exceeding $1 million at auction to meet specific market needs.
Damn. Trump, go up there and kiss Canada's butt so we can have a big bounce. Just tell them 20% across tariffs.
So we're seeing comments from IMF's managing director Gorgieva. Says the global economy is enjoying the tailwinds from AI investment and a supply boom that is spreading outside the US to other countries such as Thailand. Gorgieva does add, though, that lower energy demand and increased renewables and a shift back to coal in some places have also eased the Gulf supply crunch. Gorgieva says the global economy has weathered the Iran war energy shock better than feared due to drawdowns of oil and gas reserves and increases in non-Gulf energy supplies. Gorgieva says a renewed rise in oil prices could fuel inflation, forcing central banks to retain restrictive policy stance. So Gorgieva says that the IMF is concerned about mounting fiscal pressures as evidenced by rising bond yields and a stalled disinflation process. Says risks to the outlook are more balanced than they were in the spring, but it's still tilted to the downside. AI future carries risks for financial stability and the possibility of low-income countries falling behind. Gorgieva says all countries need to tackle fiscal problems and present credible plans to ensure debt and deficits are on sustainable paths. Central banks must be laser focused on price stability, and excess global imbalances need to be addressed to strengthen global economies. The IMF is refining its external balance assessment models. So again, we can see a text release there from the IMF managing director Gorgieva speaking on the US energy shock, AI, and fiscal measures.
Yeah. Three black crows. They're not looking too bullish here.
We're bearish. We're under the 20. Judge rejects Miss Maxwell's miscarriage of justice, claims the bid for prison release. Knife. To double bottom. More drama, mama.
The Treasury accepts 10 of 25 eligible issues in debt buyback. The Treasury receiving $8.402 billion of offers for buyback and accepts $1.19 billion. The Treasury debt buyback targets coupons maturing in 2031 to 2033.
Told it wasn't going to do shit, and then it pulled back. Now the 10's starting to cross down over the 20 on the 1 minute. And we're at another resistance. Come on, you cockroach, break. Do something for once. My charting's got very good here today. Every single resistance. Impress us for the first time today. No. Oh, God. Wow. Wonder what these shorts have been doing today. They've been moving at all. because that literally sucks. And IMF Managing Director of Georgieva has fiscal problems. No. This could get a lot worse. Come back down here. For a double bottom. We're still kind of bullish on the 2 minute, but we're squeezing here. I don't know if this is good or not. Every single place I've called a resistance has almost failed. I'm reading these market makers' eyes. I know exactly what they're looking at. Supposedly these moving averages are the ones they use. And I don't got that inner gut feeling like we're going to get a boom. If I did, I'd be adding on big time. Because we're at $1, the 76.75s. I mean, it's a good spot for scalping. And if it does break out here, I'll have a nice ticket. Got an inverted hammer and a hammer and a hammer. And then 10 is above the 20. And we're above the 200. Couldn't ask for a better setup. You know, I've never done any girls wrong in my whole entire life. Jesus. I bought my mother a new door last week. And I helped put a new floor in the living room. And all I want you to do is just break out. Give me 150. Jim, you're green. Have you ever thought about selling? Yes. I got 3 white soldiers here. What do you think it's going to do? Pull it back? Probably. We're above the 10. My hands are sweating. Nancy, give me a shot of vodka and a Valium. I'm just afraid to buy the dip because this has not been a very good market today for Bobo. And I feel like it's about wore out. Oh. Stop it. Okay, this is the last one. Last support. Now we got a big wall to break too now. It's a lot harder than it was. So I think it's going to take a news headline. Stock advance before Bessett's D-Day lookout contained. Meta's not done nothing. Microsoft's not done nothing. Google's got a double bottom. Amazon's not done nothing. AMD's not done nothing. Meta's not done nothing. Apple's not done nothing. Nvidia's not done nothing. IWM's not done nothing. SPY's not done nothing but go down. SPX is trying. It'd be nice to get a little like 766976 out of this baby. I heard a dog outside. I'm scared. I'm scared. Woof. And we're at a resistance again. What happens? It pulls back. I haven't had a good breakout in a while, brother. I'll take $50. And we're at a resistance. Trade. Oh, I've got a real good story coming up. We're at the 63 on the /ES, 63, 63, 63. $63, 63, 63, 63, 63. And they're good today. Darn you son of a bitches. Trigger.
The Democrats urge Walsh to maintain FOMC's schedule of 8 meetings a year.
What? I can't tell you how many times I hit a resistance level today. A lot. And then we hover here. I mean, we're squeezing. We got a snake break out into a symmetrical flag. On a normal day, this thing should take off. We're at the 63 again. And I'm right at the... Come on, break it. Just once. It's not the kind of trade you want to add because the market's been like this all day long. I don't even know when's the last one I get this trade. $1:00. Seems like I've been in it forever. $1:00.
not moving. It's just not moving. Then we got another resistance right here. I can't believe this. Just give me something. We got 3 white soldiers. We're at frickin' resistance again. Fuck it. Damn it. I can't take it anymore today. I just can't take it.
NYMEX WTI crude October future settled at $82.36 a barrel.
I can't take
Down
this shit. You dog!
3.12%. NYMEX diesel September future settled at around $4.24 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline September future settled at around $3.25 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas September future settled at around $2.77.
Unbelievable. I just... Unbelievable. Unfrickin' believable. I'm going to play one song that'll ease my mind. Unbelievable. $500 I left on the table. Right when I sold it. I'm gonna cry. That's just bullshit.
Norfolk Government CEO Warden says goals don't become very tangible for defence firms, and they expect to to have a decent share of Golden Dome.
All caught up in the reverie. Every word is a symphony. Won't you believe me? Sailing takes me away to where I'm always needed. Breathe the wind to carry me. Soon I will be It's not about bad sample. At least it's not cold. If the wind is right, you can sail away and find serenity. Oh, the canvas can do miracles. Just you wait and see. Then believe me. Sailing takes me away to where I'm always needed. Breathe the wind to carry me. Soon I will be
All right. I beat myself up in that trade. I can't believe it. Dolly passed away? Are you serious? Oh, shit.
So UK Chancellor Ryan says they support the US work to secure
That's a-
diplomatic solutions and welcome efforts to increase pressure, including through Operation Economic Outcast.
I didn't. I'm a big Dolly fan. I can't believe that. Jesus. There's like $1,000 on the table. I made 100 out of all that. I mean, I've done real good today, but man, it's been not easy. I mean, this sucked. Every time I can't tell you how many times I was even in that trade. And then it wasn't gaining anything on this candle. And then all of a sudden, boom, it goes up $1. Once it broke the 200. I mean, that is crazy. I actually was shedding a tear on that trade. I get real deep in these sometimes. Straight across. Resistance. Today is positioning for PCE.
Gosh, I've left today. I took a few losses, not big ones, but took some, and I've left probably $4 or $5 grand on the table. Resistance levels have been true, very true, more true than I've ever seen them this year. I'm proud of the way I've traded today, but man, just to sit there and be so wound up in a trade is kind of nutty. But, you know, it's the way it is. Oh. Yeah, we're at the VWAP. I got you, Joe. One of the guys in the room said it was PCE, that their market makers are moving this market around so they can get cheaper prices, probably for the next leg up. Is that right? Did I explain that right? I mean, you get in a trade like that and you're down. I mean, you got down to about 450. Then all them times that I was even, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's even up here. I'm going, what the fudge? This thing ain't moving. The price didn't move. Now I watch it run, and I'm too scared to take it. Because every next move is another resistance. But now we finally passed the VWAP, and then you ain't got much more room to get up here to head and shoulders. I think I'll walk away for a second and get me a water. I'm telling you right here, this trade alone would have netted me almost $2 grand. Right there, $2 grand. And I called it out. That's the funny thing about it. Snake, breakout, pull back into a symmetrical flag. Boom! To a head and shoulders. And watch it keep going. Let's see if we got any cleavage on Squawk TV. Yep. We have cleavage. I should have paid attention to that. Circle's having a good day. Called that one out this morning. 370. Fuck. Now I'm too chicken shit to trade it. Right to the shoulder line. Unbelievable, that's what you are. Whatever you do, don't jump in it now. Put. These things are at $4. 112 average. $3,000. Question is the put's the way to go. The 76 75s. I buy one. /ES is looking strong. Looking strong, matey. $76.75s.
Brent crude futures settle at $88.58 a barrel, down $3.59, or 3.89%.
I don't want to hear that. What's wrong with you? We're at support. One heck of a recovery. What you gonna do? You gonna go for a new high? Wow. It would have been a good $5,000, $6,000 more day. I'm seeing a tug of war right now. My question is, what go down to the 20? No matter what you are, unpredictable. A lot of good fake outs today. That looked like it was getting ready to bump. They're trying to hold it up now. There we go. Out at 380. Now what? We hit the 20. He's back. Jig Paul's back. Now we're bearish. That's a heartbreaker, if it's true. I just left $4,000 on the table. Randy, a very emotional trade. She dies at 80. Just 4 days after what? I have so many things I want to achieve. She's almost the perfect woman. I got a picture. Let me see. Oh, that's a picture. I got a painting somewhere.
Okay, them calls went up. The 7670s, but I didn't take them. It's been a tricky day. Yeah, it was. I was in a put just a little bit ago. Now I was going to take this call, and then I was looking for that picture, so it went up $100. Be careful. That's all I got to say. We're at a double bottom right here. I've been faked out so many times. I'd been up probably $4 or $5 grand if I held these things. We're coming to the VWAP on the /ES. If we want to stay bullish, we'll do it there. Then you got the 63 pushing it up. So I'm going to grab one. I'm going to do it. And see if we get a rebound off this here VWAP. I got one, I think, at 490, the 7870s. The 7670s for scalp. Hold up. No. Now what's that? Something ain't running right here. Oh, that's 75. That's why. Let's break it. Inverted hammer, a red inverted hammer, and a hammer. Man, if you don't do it soon, I'm getting out, you little bitch. What'd I get? 490. Yuck. We're at the VWAP. We're squeezing between the 63 and the 9 EMA on the /ES. We're bearish with my new strategy. We're under the 10.
This could easily drop down and hit the 200. I know a lot of people that are going to be sad today. We just now hit support. One of them, which was a previous resistance. God, I tried to get it 440. I think today will be a great day to say it's over. We're into power hour, and then wasn't even watching the clock. And that's not good. Gotta watch the clock. No cleavage today, Marley? Yeah, we're getting bearish. Right back there again. And we're back at that ugly 63 and 200 on /ES. Someone ringing at the bell. We're bearish. The 10 is below the 200. 20. Man, them puts. The puts are looking good. We got a lot more down track now. It means we're under the 200. It can get a lot worse. Boom, there it goes. It's a gap down. They're trying to bring it down. We've got a ways to go. A lot more selling coming in. Even the point of this wedge, I don't think will make a difference. We're bearish. It's coming down more, a lot more. Be careful. Another $3 at least. Don't get faked out by these rebounds. It's done it to me probably 50, 60 times today. More than it's done me in a whole probably month. And puts. They're at 610, 650. I don't trust this market one frickin'
Wall
bit
Street
today.
Journal reports that OpenAI's head of data centers has left the company last week.
What? Oh. It's going down more. Now, very serious support right here. Hurry up. Right there. It's 218. Pretty serious place right here.
According to sources, ECB policymakers are ready to raise rates in September to stem the side effects of the Iran war. So ECB policymakers have little appetite to signal further tightening though. So again, sources here are saying that ECB policymakers are ready to raise rates in September to stem the side effects of the Iran war.
Caca.
The strength coming through in the euro off the back of this.
I don't support that. I do not support that. I don't know what they're thinking. I do not. Not when rates are so high already. People need to buy homes. I think they're purposely doing that. Well, that was... Looks like they're going to come down more. That put almost 100%. And there goes the raise rate threat again. Breaking down this week Treasury announcement. Raise rates so we can tank the market. Is that right? We're bearish. They want a 10% correction. And it was mentioned again this morning. No matter how great earnings were, they still want a 10% correction. At least the fat cats do. Right now, I'm not getting nowhere with this. You got a snake with a wedge, another wedge, and probably another fake out. Yeah, that's not a healthy one. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Only got 35 minutes left in the market. And we can go. We got a lot to drop. We can still drop a lot. Unbelievable. There we go. I could measure that out. I mean, it's so sloppy. Maybe if I use a different time frame. I mean, this is really sloppy. So now we just got the 200 just right here. I kind of want to take one more trade for power hour, but lost $500 from my highs. I was up today. 1,200, 1,300, now I'm down 751. With a percentage of 74%. I haven't seen that in months. It's really been a difficult day for me. Usually not like this. Every time I want to jump in, it pulls back. Every time it pulls back, I want to jump in, and then it doesn't. Now we've got the 10 crossing the 20. So, but we hit the 200 SMA. That could cause it to pull back. And we're still under the 63. So, I mean, it's been like this all day long. damn 200 in the way. And this idiot wants to raise the rates. Canadian trade war threatens and worsens inflation for both economies. And Canada has high inflation. I mean, the cost of stuff up there is a lot more than it is down here. I don't know why they're so stubborn. I think Trump was even going to open up the pipelines for them. Here we go again. See that wall, that 200? And then we're back down at support. And on a normal day, I'd take this trade. I mean, I'd take it. But it didn't hold. $20, $25 contract. Policymakers want to raise the rates. I'm gonna see if I'm wrong about that. I don't know why they'd want to do that. Food around here has gone down in price. They said they want to raise rates for surging energy, food, and defense-related supply costs. Expectations. Inflation was a lot worse under Biden and Harris. They didn't want to raise rates. I don't see it. I don't feel it. But there we go. Like I said, I would have took it on a normal day. I'd be up $70 a contract. Now we're back at the 200.
It says here that inflation expectations, as prices rise, workers and businesses expect ongoing inflation. They expect expectations, prompting central banks to use contractionary monetary policy, raising rates to stabilize the currency and anchor price stability. And oil's gone down. Oil's not at 120, 130 barrel. We've had an average, oil's been on an average of $65 to $75 for years. And nobody complained. This is what I'm saying. The debate. Many economists argue that raising rates during an internal supply shock is counterproductive because higher interest rates do not produce more oil or reopen shipping routes. Increasing borrowing costs only deepens as financial... That's the way I think. It doesn't make sense to want to raise rates. There's another dollar, up a dollar from when I wanted to buy that. It said snake, breakout, pullback, retest, resistance, boom. But over here on the /ES, you're still at resistance levels. If you jump in now, this thing just might go down again. I think you need a new, what do you call that, hinge up on top? That's the thing that's out. Might have to get a door repairman out there to put a new one up. That's a little over my head. Pun intended. Usually on a rough day like today when I'm trading, that I'm seeing all these resistance levels hit and not break, or right now we're probably just going to go ahead and break out.
and I've done give up on trading. Shit. Nah, dang. Oh well. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know? It makes perfect sense to raise rates. We got a debate going on, Ian. Many economists argue about raising rates during an external supply shock is counterproductive because higher interest rates do not produce more oil or reopen the shipping routes, but it does increase the borrowing costs that only deepens the financial squeeze on households and businesses. I'm a business owner. They raised rates. You know what happened? It ended up costing me $1,100 more a month just in my personal spending, not counting my business. And my business can't afford higher rates. My accountant fee will go up to $200 a month. The case of toilet paper might go up $10 a box. That's what happened before, in a way, when they raised rates. The credit card will go up. Interest rates will go back to 20%. I missed another good run. At least I'm green for the day. A couple $100 in my personal. This is the lowest percentage trading I've had in months that I can remember. 74%. The impact on mortgages, impact on savings and investments. We're already too high. Here's another big knife. And it's 245. This would be a buy signal, or maybe down here on a good day. I'd wait probably for 76.70. Yeah, but there's not too many people saving money right now. The cost of goods will still go up because it costs more. Then people that borrow money, most billionaires, they hardly ever spend their own money. So that's going to cost them more to borrow money. And then who wants to borrow money at higher interest rates? It will reward them a little bit, but the cost of living is going to go up.
Okay, here we go. Do I have time to get stuck in another trade? 3 black crows, right where I want it. Right where I want it. I'm going to paper trade this one. 265. Watch it go up to 3. $76.70s. Imaginary trade at 265. There it goes, 3. Boom. I wonder why they didn't raise rates when Obama had all them wars going on, or Hillary, or Clinton, or Bush. All of a sudden they want to raise rates on Trump. And there's no inflation yet. Expectations of inflation is what they're saying. Okay. It was tough for my business. I saw an automatic 20% increase, but that probably was related to COVID. Because some of them businesses closed down. They weren't allowed to open. And nobody was buying supplies. So they did without. Had to dig
into it.
it.
Now until we get the markets on close imbalance.
I had 2 of my businesses shut down. We'll see what happens if they do. They are saying, though, if Walsh raises rates, it'll build confidence with the fat cats, because that's what they've been wanting from. And then they were all excited about the rate cuts to bring back the economy after COVID. And they got their rate cuts that boost the economy.
Markets on close imbalance, S&P 500.
Okay, we're coming back down then. These things have been very hard to trust.
Excuse me one moment on the market on close imbalance. It's slightly lagging at the moment.
Imbalances are slightly lagging at the moment.
And here we are, S&P 500 is a buy side of 701 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 172 million, Dow 30 a buy side of 444 million, Mag 7 a sell side of just 10 million.
They give that out at 10 till. They used to give it out at a half hour before the market closed. Now they do it at 10 till, and that's a tough one. They have a buying balance of 700 million. Yesterday they had $1 billion. It probably won't matter if they raise rates or not with me, but it will for my business. They handled the Carter recession a lot better than they're handling this. Carter recession, they raised rates for 2 years and that was it. We've been raising rates for
So keep an eye on in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We are expecting comments from Feds Barkin. He's due to be repeating an old speech that he gave at August 13th, but that text is going to be expected. However, there'll be a Q&A as well where we could get some more comments from Barkin.
4 years. And they haven't, and Powell didn't do nothing to stop this. He made it worse. And Trump spending on the war, I think that's what they're talking about. We got a symmetrical flag. Boom. That finally starting to look clean at the end of the day. That's a 1 minute trade for $70. It says the government is going to use the war to get interest rates down. Mr. T needs this to keep the natural debt down to 43 trillion. Yep. Oh, look at that. Yeah, because if they raise rates, that's going to cost more for the taxpayer. Oh, really? I got to go lower the flag? I got to go and change the flag. You got to lower the flag. Damn, and they're just, look at that. This is crazy market today. I think this has been probably one of the most mentally messed up my head markets I've ever seen. Wow. Tomorrow I'll make a ton of money. It always happens this way, but this has been a weird day. This has been probably the weirdest day of the year. That's another probably 3,000 right there. If I'd bought 3, it'd be more than that.
Be 1,200, I mean.
So do just keep in mind that we did see this article from Real News a little bit earlier in the evening. It's saying that the US and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, but again, there's no other official sources which are pushing this headline. They're citing unnamed sources from Iran and Pakistan's military. Again, we've heard contradictory headlines today. We had a US official say that Iran and the US are not talking. They have no indication of an agreement at the moment. And we also, of course, had Iran and Oman saying that they'd come to an agreement to manage the Strait of Hormuz themselves. So again, taking this with a pinch of salt, this is unconfirmed, just coming from RIA, but it is saying that the US and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire.
Well, I thought they already have. I thought they already agreed to that. He's not got it in the news. Industrial fire kills 3, including 2 Chinese citizens in Russia, Far East. Has AI gotten better at stock picking? Betting the market is difficult, even with AI's help. Yeah, I don't think AI can fix anything when it comes to stock picking. Especially on a day like today. Maybe long term. But the PE ratio has to be perfect, and I gotta go lower the flag. Wonder how long I gotta lower it for a week, mast for a week in honor of. So I gotta do it for a week. I gotta lower the flag. Okay, well, I'm up 741 in the challenge and 200 in my personal. I kind of gave up at the end of the day because, I mean, everything wasn't going my way. It was looking good. I mean, I was up like $1,300. And I only traded one trade in my personal. And then at the end of the day, it started looking clean, but here again, you got 3 white soldiers, pulls back, 2 pulls back, 3 white soldiers. It started looking good there at the end of the day. And it's probably just me getting too emotionally involved. That's one thing this challenge has done to me, is got me more tuned in.
to where it's not like a game, but I think I have more fun when I'm having fun. I do better when I'm having fun. But today I was just fighting resistance levels right after every single trade. I mean, I don't think I took one trade, maybe 2 or 3 trades today where I can get out on my first entry. And they were all at good spots, in my opinion. Then I got really emotional when I sold that stupid frickin' contract right here. I mean, I called it out. I said, snake breakout, pullback. Where is it? This is the one that got me today. And every time I'd hit a resistance level, it would pull back. And then we formed the flag, and it broke out. And I sold it on that big candle just to get even, because I was down $400 or $500 in this trade, and I had 12 contracts. I had a lot of contracts. Keep thinking 18. And I was up a couple $100, and I could have been up $3 or $4 grand. And that really, then the knife, I was in a put and went up 100%, and I sold it for a measly few bucks. It was just one of them kind of days where I let my emotions get ahead of me. And I think a person needs that every once in a while, because it kind of keeps them out of being complacent. But I'm still green for the day, and I did about an average of $1 grand. But $741 was play money. So I'm going to go lower the flag for Dolly. I got to do that. I mean, she was a blessing. I love that girl. I saw her live here in Branson. I hiked up, what's that mountain in Tennessee, or Rainbow Mountain? If I remember right, it was years ago. That's a steep mountain. God. I hated that walk. I mean, coming down was harder than going up. I really appreciate y'all. I'm sorry I got too emotional in the room today on my trading. Oil dropping. So it don't make no sense about what they're saying about these rates. I don't think they need to raise rates right now, but what happens if there's a ceasefire and things get fixed in a couple weeks? You've already got high inflation in Iran right now, raising rates. Oh, God.
maybe there's another counterproductive lesson that they want out of raising rates besides costing Americans more money. Maybe they want to squeeze Iran and Russia. Maybe there's something else behind it. They have reached to end hostilities and are set to announce ceasefire. Yep. Then what? Then where does that take them with the raising rates? Get that oil moving again. Iran's in a lot of trouble right now. I heard that pension plan over there on a lot of them Iranians that had been robbed to build bombs, and it got a lot of people pissed off. A lot of the older people that had counted on that savings. Yeah, the nuclear weapon. They're still going to get their nukes. We got to get rid of genocide in Israel was Iran. They've always been at war for 47 years. If it stopped, can you, well, I don't know. Seems like they're never going to have peace. Only 4 years under Trump, when we had Trump before, but that's about all I can remember. And then the 70s. But I didn't care about it back then. Maybe it's time to drop another nuke somewhere. Okay, well, I'm gonna start fresh tomorrow. I always come in with a new persona. I was just kind of upset that I left so much money on the table today, and I let my emotions get overrode by. I mean, I was in some good trades, I thought, and every time we'd hit a resistance, and it happened all day long, and then the knives came, and I was glad I got out of a lot of them. But it could have been a good $7,000, $7,000 day, especially here at the end. I was too chicken shit to get in a triple bottom. Well, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You take a nosedive. And then this call right here. Being too scared to take that trade on that pullback. That's a perfect snake. But this is what got me. I couldn't draw anything in here. Maybe I was just seeing it wrong. Yeah, I probably was seeing it wrong because there it is, kind of right there. But still, it's still sloppy. There's the wedge. It's a full moon. Well, I'm still green. I want everybody to pray tonight for Bug's wife and pray for Dolly Parton and pray for Jimmy.
I gotta go lower the flag. I wish everybody the best. Yeah, I'm up $741. I'll show you the results here in my challenge. Oh, I'm thinking about getting Starlink for my property so I can still trade stocks. $751, $637, yesterday $1,400, and today $751.
Tasman News report that Iran and Oman aim for a permanent Hormuz route in 60 days. So Iran told negotiators that the US must correct its errors and return to its commitments if it wants the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Garib Abadi telling State TV. So again, this is kind of going against the unconfirmed real news report that we had earlier. At least the implication here is that there is not an agreement.
What were the conditions for us to give them reparations? We ain't going to do that. So far for the challenge week, I'm up $2,021, so that ain't too bad. That's $1,000 a day, $1,100 a day. But again, you know, I just wish I could have read the market better today. I don't know what it was. It's just something about, I have a pretty good insight and feeling about stuff, and I was messed around so many times today. It's going to break. I think like you're getting a trade and you cost average down, and then you get to a certain resistance level and you're almost even, and then it decide you're at a resistance. Like every time I was even, and it happened more than 20 times today, it would pull back. And it'd be back to even almost. And then it'd pull back. And then I'd be a little bit green by 2%. And then it'd be down another 20. And then it'd go back again and be close to even. And it just all day long back and forth when you're in a trade. And then at the end, I kept saying, I'm getting sick of this. I got to get out of this even. And then I get out with a couple $100, $120, and then the sucker runs $4. And I'm just going. I mean, it's about the 6th, 7th time it does that. I said, I can't take it anymore. And then right when I sell it, not even a split second after I sell it, it bounces up. My challenge is at 28.42. I'll come in here tomorrow and we'll get some of that news. And then we got NVIDIA earnings and Intuit. And you got Dell along with them and all the CRM that kind of trades with it. Okay. Can't make up any more excuses than that. I'm trying to teach y'all a lesson. Is don't let them emotions get involved. If I'd have played a little bit more music today, Magnificent, I think I'd have been set. But out of respect, you don't like to listen to it. We could have had a hit day today if I got to play a little sha-la-la. Ain't that right, Randy? Say yes.
Washboardjim on the market floor, trading moves like a lion's roar. Sneaky snake slithers past the rest, breakout moves, he plays them best. Cities and
And marketers too.
teaching fools like
Me and you.
a work of art. His strategy's tight. Washboardjim in the trading fight.
Fight.
Pull back comes and the charts will rip. He calls the shots, never loses grip. Selfless soul with a heart of gold, teaching secrets that never get old. Jim likes kitties and telemarketers too, teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight. Washboardjim in the trading fight. Lines and candles, a dance on the screen. Risk and reward in a world so mean. But Jim just laughs. It's his old habit. He's got the moves. Imagine that. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too, teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight. Washboardjim in the trading fight.
Okay, guys, let's get it again tomorrow.